Good afternoon. Hopefully everybody's doing well today. I put us in the art category today because I figured we would mostly do art painting today. Hi, Beller Music. Hi, welcome back, sweetheart. I'm so glad to see you. I figured we would do our painting mostly today. I do have channel points active for today. If you guys want to use your points for readings, you totally can. I have them all turned on today. Excuse me, I'm very burpy today. If you are not interested in that, that's okay. I did do us a favor as well. Hi, Dino. How are you? How am I feeling after 100 readings last night? I'm feeling really good, actually. Oh, hi. Hi, Largest Cat Reformed. Welcome back. So I did leave people in queue from last night who did not get read, because there was a lot of people in queue last night who did not get read. So I actually decided to leave you guys in queue. So if you are here if you were in queue last night and you're here today, I still left you in queue and you have kept your place. So I did plan on still leaving those people in here. If they show up today, I will check in with them and let them know that they're still in queue if they want their reading today. So we might do a few readings, a very standard format, kind of like we normally would if they pop in today. If not, it's not a big deal. We're just going to continue doing what we would normally do on Wednesdays, which is just kind of chill and be humans. So I am going to get rid of our sub goal for today because we had, oh my god, completely smashed that. Thank you so much, guys, for that, really. But we will be painting today mostly, I feel. I actually had a very good morning today. I took my time getting up. I got ready, right? I actually, got ready. Had time to get ready, do my hair a little bit, brush my teeth, change my clothes. It was very, not rushed, but I got a lot done that I needed to get done. Hi, Trivial. Welcome in, sweetheart. Hey, Vega. Hi, nice to see you. And I actually got a chance to, call and talk to my grandma in the morning, which was really nice. So, while I was getting ready, I was, on the phone with my grandma, and she was telling me about everything she was working on in her house and how she's doing. So it was a very nice morning. So I'm feeling really good. I still have part of my breakfast here in front of me, so you might see me eat just a tiny bit, but yeah, it was a really good morning. Hi, Anna. I hope you're doing well, guys. I think we will mostly paint today. Because this is what we've been working on. And there's more of this painting that we need to finalize. And there's an angel that wants to come in this painting too. I think they want to be over here, but I'm not sure what they are going to look like yet. There is an angel that wants to come through. And Bel Air, that's great. I wish I could talk to my grandparents one more time. Yeah. I've always talked to my grandma though. Very consistently. I probably talk to my grandma more than I talk to my mom. And that's not saying I like one more than the other. It's just one of them has more time, you know what I mean, than the other. If I call my grandma, I can call my grandma any time in the day, it doesn't matter. I know she's going to pick up, or she's going to pick up shortly after, and we're going to have time to chat. So that's why. You can't wait to see the angel? Yeah, there's going to be an angel in there. Is that that would be the left side. Do we want to put an angel on the left side? Yes, we do. Yes, we actually do. That's interesting. You were close to them when they were still alive, Bel Air. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. I'm glad you could be. Do you know what looked like an alien to you? It's an astral body. Could be an alien. Maybe that's the alien part of us. I think Dino might be onto something. Look, you can still see the underlayers behind him. He does look see-through. You can see the back layers behind him. He does look see-through. It's really interesting. It's super interesting. You decided on a huge undertaking, Anna? You're gonna do a whole tarot of intuitive scribblings? That's awesome, Anna. There was a movie with Nicolas Cage. The aliens looked like that body, I think. Really? That's interesting to me because when I saw my dark figure in the middle of the night, it kind of looked like that. Not gonna lie, kind of looked like that. Very kind of like, and I've put in my portfolio, if we look over here, there's another painting with a tree line and mandalas. There's a little, I call them galaxy men. There's a little galaxy man in one of these paintings too, and this kind of looks like a galaxy man too. I call them galaxy. That one right there. There's a galaxy man in that one too. That looks very similar to who we're painting here. So it's very interesting. I like to call them galaxy men though. It's kind of what they look like. That's kind of what they remind me of. How I interpret them. But I've talked about that before. Being half asleep and seeing them at the end of the bed. And I'm like, what are you doing here? Who are you? Anyway. Let's get some art done. I would definitely like to make my own deck as well. With a lot of my artwork. Which has been on the list of things to do for quite some time. But I'm almost wondering if we should do digital with that, or if we should actually use physical art. I don't know. I haven't, that's kind of like an idea on the back burner that's kind of waiting for more clarity on what it wants to be before I like really start diving into it. It's gonna be perfect. I'm sure it is, Anna. I'm sure it is gonna be perfect. Yeah, and being more intuitive with artwork is actually way more fun. It's way more fun. So, alright. Let me get some of this together here. Move some of our stuff around so I can get to my water and my paints and everything like that. What color does this... Do we have a color wheel still? We do. Let's get out our color wheel. Because I want to have an idea of what... I want to have an idea of what kind of color our angel wants to be. So, because I'm not really drawn to a color in particular, so I'm going to trust the color wheel to pick the right color for our angel. So, what color does our angel want to be? We'll roll the color wheel and see what it says. Let's go to interact. So we're going to breathe for a minute. Alright, magical color wheel of mystery. Please select for us the best color for our angel to be in our painting that we will be putting on the left side shoulder. I almost said green. Green, okay. Thank you for the confirmation. It will be green. I almost said green. Only because my breakfast this morning was green. It's a pistachio muffin. Bless me. Bless me. It's a pistachio muffin. You're trying to do what's best in your mind and not always. And it always comes in. Yeah, once you pause and ask, you'll always get your answer. Yeah, you will. Hey Lilith, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, hon. Glad to have you. So yeah, I find it really interesting that my breakfast is green, and I was like, I have a feeling that Angel's gonna be green. And then the color wheel is like, yeah, choose green, please. But that kind of stuff, when I can't pick a color, I'm just not sure. I want to double check. It is nice to have that color wheel because it kind of helps make decisions for you, so we can move on to painting. Is really what it is. You ordered 1 kilogram of edamame. I know what that is. It's like soybean, right? It's like beans. Hey, Miss Umbra, welcome in. Glad to see you, dear. I feel like I'm going to place the shape of it first, and then we will be putting in highlights as we go. It's a salty, perfect snack. Aw, I believe that for sure. This is where you needed to be this morning. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for hanging out, Anna. I appreciate it. I have an easier time chatting and like keeping up with chat on Wednesdays than I would normally, because number one, it's usually not nearly as busy on Wednesdays, and number two, typically I'm not doing as many card readings, so like I'm not plugging in and unplugging and plugging in and unplugging, and you know, so Wednesdays are generally more free form. So I almost feel like if people have questions, you know, it's much easier to ask on a Wednesday than it is like Tuesday and Thursday night. Yeah, on reading days it's quite a lot. Yeah, it is quite a lot. You order it every time you're in a Japanese restaurant, Dina, but you haven't had one in months. Aw, that's alright. Yeah, I used to order it quite a bit. I'd put it in my, depending on what it was, I'd put it in salad and pastas, and I'd put it in almost everything. It's very, it mixes well with lots of different things. But let's get our shape down for our angel here. And this is going to be something that's going to have to progress. It's going to be layer after layer after layer. You think it's because both ASMR and tarot category are booming on Twitch? ASMR usually always has quite a bit of viewers, doesn't it? Yeah, my art category, it's really... I don't normally get much activity when I move to art. Just being totally honest. Just being totally honest, I don't really know what it is, but it seems like every time I pick art, it's like, it's really strange. I don't know why. Maybe I should be in just chatting. I think almost every time it's just not, I don't know. It's weird. Maybe it's just me, but I've noticed almost every time I'm in the art category, it's like nothing new. I think people have their art people already, and they're not really looking for new art people, if that makes sense. I don't know. Anyway, it's interesting. Are there a lot of streamers in the category? Maybe. Maybe. You think art streams is mostly people lurking? I could see that too, Snooze. But what would you call? I feel like ASMR is like the top-notch lurk because you're asleep, like you're out. like that's like beyond a lurk. It's easy to get started on Twitch in the tarot category. You think so? I don't know. When I started on Twitch, there was no tarot category. And there was no tarot category. I think tarot started maybe like 6 months into me streaming, and then the tarot category showed up. And then it was pretty dead. There was not very many of us using it because it was so new. And then I think 3 months into the category, we started to get quite a few more people. And then like within the last 6 months to a year, it's just like imploded. I can't even keep track of all the new people. And art streamers usually only do arts for the most part. That's true, Snooze. Yeah, the art streamers technically, I feel, are very much like art. So maybe that is why, because we only do it like once. I'm not sure. Hi, Metalunar. Welcome in. Hi, Townick. Hi, EMC. Welcome in, dear. And art streamers, yeah. It seems like there would be less engagement with ASMR then. You would think so. There's a lot of people who want to see it, so if you pick a good time and not too many other streamers are, you'll get at least like 5 viewers. I think there's quite little people in tarot still, Snooze, so it's much easier to be seen as a new streamer. That's true, maybe. Just check the art category. 200 to 300 streamers at least. Yeah, maybe that's why. You're the best, though. Thank you. Best I've come across for tarot anyway, EMC. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, the stream has kind of always been art and tarot. Art and mindfulness is what it's always been, basically. It's just with the art has kind of slowed down a bit. Just because of how I really like doing the art. Don't get me wrong. Art is my love and my passion, and I will always be doing it, regardless of if people are having commissions or not. But I think since the shift, it's been mostly tarot, just because the art setup I have now isn't what it used to be. So it's just more competition. I feel maybe, yeah. Only one I found that seems to really connect when doing readings. Which is why I don't rush it. Because there's no point. There's no point in rushing it. This is just the truth. So yeah. If anyone pops in today that was in queue last night, I still left them in queue, so we might still end up doing some readings. but yeah, and it says you and Sarah are like extremely skilled and love to take your time, which people appreciate. Yeah, and the people that just want to read and move on, like they don't have the patience to wait. And so it's kind of nice cuz I feel like because I do it that way, I feel like most readings don't actually drain me like it would if I was just doing different kinds of readings, you know what I mean? But yeah, Sarah is great. Do I have Halloween plans for my stream? Not really. I did, so like last year we did a Halloween theme and I was a gypsy last stream. And it was, so my birthday is November 1st, which is the day right after Halloween. Aw, sorry, snooze. So usually we do like a birthday stream and it's Halloween related. You didn't post a link. You had a weird period. You had a weird period on your sentence, I'm sure. Hey, Nag. Welcome in, dear. Glad to have you. So usually it's my birthday. You could have been the trick or treat, Metalunar. Yes, of course. Yes. Hi, Nag. Welcome to the treehouse, sweetie. Glad to have you. Reese just laughs. I could have. But anyway, last year I was a gypsy, so I wore this costume and I set up the room all special. And that was the first time I actually did a full card reading queue and like didn't do anything else except for card readings. So I was a gypsy doing card readings. But now I do card readings all the time, so it really wouldn't feel that special. But that's what I did last year, but I don't really have the funds that I would normally have. But I don't know what I would want to do. Halloween pumpkin carving stream? Hi, Alice, Cosmos Collective. Hi, guys. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Coors Light. Coors Light Raider. I like it. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. I'm an intuitive painter. We're painting today, so I'm doing intuitive paintings on Twitch. I also do card readings, energy readings, dream interpretations, healing, all kinds of stuff. Whatever you need, you can get here. But today we're just hanging out and being humans and painting. But if you want a reading, you can use your channel points. And thank you so much, Alice, for stopping by. I appreciate it. What did you do on your stream today? You like the emote combo? It looks really nice. Thank you for following, Rare. Hi, beautiful stars. Hi, Diva. Welcome in, dear. Can I marry you? I don't even know you yet. I don't even know you. You have to know me first. I don't just marry anybody. I've already done that once. I've already been married once. I'd like to really be picky next time. But this is what we've been working on. It's our astral, this is an astral body painting. So someone had commissioned me to paint their energy. And this is kind of what we started with. And right now we're working on painting an angel and putting it in there. Did Alice say how her stream went? Thank you for the follow. Ferdinand, welcome in, dear. Glad to have you. Thank you for the gift sub, Oz. I appreciate that, dear, very much. What a gracious response. It's true. Thank you, Cors, for your lovely compliment on my painting. So I do have a portfolio above me too that kind of shows off more of our art that we've done on stream together. Yeah, thank you for the gifty sub. Yeah. You loved the podcast? My radio interview, you mean? It's because her spirit is beautiful. Thank you, Rare. The stream was super fun. Hi, Fairlight. Good morning. Thank you for the host, honey. I appreciate that. How you doing this morning? The stream was super fun. We got back to our human roots with some high vibrational music, and we got a bit introspective. That's good. We're being human today by simply not... You're getting timed out. You're going to talk about something else, please, in chat. Talk about something else, please. Hi, Robin. Welcome in, dear. Not much, but it's okay. That's all right. Sometimes we need to just kind of chill for a minute. But we're being very much human today, Alice, because we've had, we did a lot of readings yesterday, and I still have people in queue from last night, so if you were in queue last night, you can still get read today. But today I just wanted to paint and have a chat, kind of be normal. Exclamation point help, Dino. We'll get you in. There you go. But yeah. So it's been nice. It's been nice. I like to kind of just chill out on Wednesdays, and because a lot of the time I don't have time to chat a lot with you guys because I'm so involved in each reading, and a lot of you are super respectful about that, and I do appreciate that a lot. But a lot of the time, because of that, I don't have enough time to like engage with a lot of you on a more personal level. Because I'm just so busy doing other people's readings. So Wednesdays is kind of just like super chill, really relaxed. Thank you, Yoma, for your follow, hon. Welcome in. Hi, Matthew. Welcome back. I'm so glad you're alive now so I could raid you. Thank you, Alice. Yeah, we're usually on opposite schedules, I feel. Because you're in the UK. Nice hat. Thank you. I like it. And I'm actually wearing an appropriate shirt with it. That makes sense. Unlike last time where it was... What was it? If you watch my channel... what do you call it? The channel... the intro video to the channel. I was wearing this hat with a spaghetti strap shirt. Totally just did not make any sense, but that's how I work. So, slowly fading. Are you Fairlight? You'll be alright, hon. You like the hat and shirt combo. Thank you. Alright, be right back. Nag, that works for me, dear. You wish it was colder so I could wear my hats and flannel? I wear flannels and like sweatshirts when it's like 90. I do not care. I do not care. I've kind of always dressed like it's fall all year round. And this has been my entire life. I've always dressed like it's fall all year round, regardless if it's 90 degrees outside or not. Emily, thank you so much for your subscription, dear. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. If you're comfortable in it, then it makes sense. Exactly, Yoma. Yes. It's very like an earthy lumberjack. Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, it is. I love it. Hey, Techno. So I left you in the queue, sweetie. If you still want a reading today, you can still get one. I left you in the queue. Everybody from last night who was in queue that didn't get read, I left you guys in. You would def wear a tank and a beanie combo, Reese. Thank you for confirming that my fashion choices are valid. It's still 23 degrees, Yoma. Is it really? You wonder who came up with the idea of the fuzzy ball? I don't know. I was having this conversation before with somebody about witches' hats. All right, here we go. This is going to be an interesting conversation piece. There was a long time ago when I was talking to people about witches' hats, and I was basically saying, I wonder if the witches' hats have points on them, because they're like, how did I say this? Oh, they're like gathering up all the energy from the crown chakra and like pointing it very directly, like creating a direct channel. This was me being silly, okay? There could be truth to it, but this is me just being silly. And then I was like, well, what if it's the same thing with these little balls? Because it does have a kind of a point. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. Somebody knows where I'm going with this. It's an interesting thought. You gotta go, Techno, but you'll be back. All right. Thank you for hanging out for a minute. I'll leave you in most likely until maybe Thursday, unless Streamlabs deletes it. And thank you, Devo, for your continuing your gift sub. Thank you so much. That helps me so much. You don't even know, guys. You don't even know. You feel there was a reason for the ball on the hats, but you can't remember why? I'm not sure. You think that's about 74? Where are you from, Yelma? If you want to share. It's an interesting thought. Yeah. How many rewards points is it for channel? So if you want to use your channel points for a reading today, at the bottom of the chat, there's the Moon Charged Amethyst Redemptions. It'll have like a little button. If you click on that, it'll tell you how much everything costs. And I did turn on everything today because it's an open platform day today. You shall leave me a lurk. Thank you, Alice. Have a good time. I appreciate that. So yes, if you guys have not checked out Cosmos Collective, please do so. And give them a follow. They do card readings as well. They also have very kind of in-depth readings. I don't feel like you're going to get a very typical reading over there either, to tell you the truth. Thank you, Oz. Yeah. You're from the US, but I use the metric system exclusively due to the training I had in undergrad school. Hey, that's okay, Yoma. According to the internet, the reason is that the sailors would wear the beanies with the pom-poms to protect the top of their head when they were below deck. Oh, in case they were in rough waters and hit their head on the low. That's interesting. Miss Umber, thank you. Yeah, so each card has something different. Known as a pom-pom. However, it's a fuzzball on top of a Catholic priest's hat. The color will signify his rank. Well, it's the same thing with their robes. The colors of their robes would signify their rank too. This is interesting. I'm getting all like metaphysical, like it collects your crown chakra energy into a perfect channel. And you guys are all like, actually it's just there to like protect people from bonking their heads. And like telling people their rank. They didn't mention energy balls. Thank you, Reese. Yeah, thank you. Lurk one while you figure out what you do for lunch. Thank you, Oz. I appreciate that. It's cute though, which is ultra important, to be frank. Yeah, it is cute. It is cute. I agree. 100%. Could be both reasons. I guess it's the chicken before the egg situation? Really? That's interesting to me. You can barely see the green, but it'll stand out later. I almost want to make it a brighter green. Like put a little bit of yellow in with our green. Shakti Bhakti, hey, welcome to the treehouse, hon. Glad to have you. Welcome in. Yeah, it's been an interesting. I can't remember why. I think maybe it was Halloween time, and people were like saying you should be a witch for Halloween, and I was like, I'm always a witch for Halloween. Like my main Halloween costume ever since I've been young has been a witch. Like I've been a witch like almost every year because it's super cheap. You can wear whatever you want, including your normal clothes. And you just put a witch hat on and you're done. It doesn't cost you much. Hi V, hi Sarah, welcome in, dear. You only dressed up once for Halloween, Matthew? Really? I know, that's kind of what I was saying too, Anna. I'm a witch every day. I mean, come on. I just don't wear the hat. Unless it's Halloween, then I wear the hat. I wear this hat. This is my witch's hat. You decided to be lazy this year and just wear what I wear on stage. Oh, what do you wear on stage? Yoma? You dressed as Ash from the Evil Dead movies? Actually, I know who that is. I've actually seen that. Isn't that based off of a comic book, Evil Dead? I feel like I know who that is. He's an older guy. With the chainsaw arm. I can't believe I actually know this. Usually I don't understand anything you guys are talking about. Thank you for the bit, Steve-O. I appreciate that, dear. Kind of the same with a fortune teller outfit. Like, it's just my honest clothes that I wear all the time anyway. I think the comic was based on the movies. Was it backwards, Matthew? That could be the case. Oh my gosh, Luna knows a pop culture thing. I know, that's why I'm so impressed. I'm like, what? Do I really know this? How are you doing this morning, Sarah? I'm so glad to see you. The movies were in the 80s, were they? Maybe they've just redone it then. Didn't they redo it recently on, was it Netflix? Okay, so the only reason why I even know this is because of my last boyfriend. Because he was watching it and I was around when he was watching it. That's the only reason why I know of it. You're a makeup for yourself to look like a corpse on stage? You play black metal? Aw. And work hard to make your audience as uncomfortable as possible. That sounds like a real goal. I like it. I hope you enjoy it, Yoma. It sounds like you do, hun. They tried to make it a TV show via a streaming service, but it kind of flopped on season 3 and got canceled. Okay. That must be when it was on Netflix, I feel. It is kind of an occult thing, isn't it? You're good. You can't stay for long. Just having a little Luna boost today. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that, hon. It is kind of niche. It is kind of niche. It can be hard when you do something niche because it means that your fans are like hardcore fans, but it can be hard to reach out to a wider audience. Wow, that doesn't seem to hit home right now, doesn't it? Sorry. I'm like, Lady Lunastar is doing metaphysical painting. That is hard. It's hard for a large audience to grasp. But it's getting easier. But that is even that statement right there does hit home. It was nice to pop in, Devo. You gotta get back to work. Enjoy your work day, Devo, hon. I appreciate you very much. We'll send you some extra energy for your trip back to work, dear. However you want to express yourself and be creative, it's about you and not how many fans you have. Exactly. Yep. I appreciate you too. Thank you. Bye, Devo. It's fun. You can't wait for it to be safe to play live again. There is something nice about playing live, isn't there? About being in the same energy as the people around you. I could see that. You've directed some friends my way, Anna. You're so sweet. Who are actually into this sort of thing. That would be fun. I like to see people's friends and family, and we have a lot of people that bring others in, which is really nice and cool. You've been waiting for the people to come over and dig the fiber lines. Oh, for your internet? So when we open up our streams with less hiccups. Oh my gosh, that would be nice. That would be nice. That sounds very exciting. Yeah, because it is kind of hard to keep it. It does disrupt the flow if your service is like cutting in and out. It does, but it doesn't. It does for the people that feel like the energy has to be like physically, if they have to like physically put out the energy for it to be maintained. Last night's reading felt a bit chaotic, but I rewatched it and it made a lot more sense. Yep. Which is why I do a recap and why on some of you I suggest that you go do that, because it takes when there's a lot of different energy in there, it takes a lot to have it make sense. But yeah. Good luck. Yeah, thank you, Yoma. And get it done quickly, better than you hoped for. Yeah. So I know Sarah does the energy readings. So those of you who've not checked out VG Intuition, you should totally do so, because she does pretty similar work to me. She doesn't need to use the same type of tools, though, to get her work finished, if that makes sense. But she's definitely very gentle, very warm, and if you like what I do, then you'll definitely like her as well, which is why I host her on my channel. Hey Spidey, welcome back in, dear. Yeah, if you've never seen it, you're gonna have to. She does a good job. It's quite hard to keep it crash. Very fitting. In other words, Sarah, what I was talking about was very fitting for that moment. It's all right. It's all right. So yes, it will. Yeah. Aw, thank you, Miss Umbra. Yeah, you'll like her. And Sarah is one of my... Honestly, Sarah's one of my close friends. Close streamer friends, but also just close friends. So, I honestly do host people for very good reason. Very good reason. Because they're beautiful people who do good work in their own way and are just trying to do what they can to be helpful to other people. You also followed Spidey. You'll like her, dear. You will. You will. Hey now, welcome to the treehouse, hun. But she's super sweet. I do like how the green is showing up much better. But I'm gonna bring that green and the brightness of it much further into our little heart chakra down here. So it's gonna be nice. Right, Miss Umbra? A room full. We could do that, Matthew. It means so much. Yeah. I know it does. I know it does. And we're all doing our part, right? We're all doing our part. See, categories are hard because I do notice certain categories attract certain kinds of people. Some of you really like to dig, and it's appreciated. Your stamina is unbelievable. And I said stamina for a reason. You made your girlfriend watch, Spidey? She was really impressed with the reading and how accurate it was. I'm glad, Spidey, dear. The tarot category is very kind and welcoming. Yeah, it is. There's a lot of great people. There is a lot of great people. So do you have an area of life, Matthew, that you want to focus your rune on? Or do you just want to get all the messages and see what feels right for you? Before I draw the rune. Because the runes are large spectrum meanings. The runes mean something different depending on your question. And they're very stagnant. Like, they mean what they mean. So there's no intuitiveness here with a rune. You mean past life readings? I've done a past life reading before, yeah. Yeah. You said it so many times. For each time I mention family, I feel like it's even more true. I really have come home. Aww. Hugs to you, Sarah. Hugs to you. Education and knowledge. Okay. I don't think there's an emotion rune, but I don't think there's like a lover's rune in here. She might be interested in that. Yeah, I do those. I really will answer whatever I can. Matthew. Education. Interesting to pick. It's an interesting one to pick. welcome back, honey. I'm glad to see you again. It's a little blurry. It's a little blurry. But I'll grab the book and show you what it is. Because I read these straight from the book, so these are not intuitive. The runes are not intuitive. They mean what they mean. So this is the rune here. Yeah, Yoma, that is true. I only ever draw one rune, so we usually go into the book and we read the whole thing. I've done past, present, future runes before, but I've only done that once. And I'm not a rune expert, so we just usually draw one. You remembered a weird dream you had last night, Miss Umbra? Where the world was destroyed and buried in dirt and trash and people lived underground. I've had a dream like that too, Miss Umbra. Alright. So this is the rune of fertility, of birth and family. This can often represent mother or children, but it usually indicates an event which is going to bring joy to the family, such as a birth or a wedding. It represents your true home, and that home is where your heart is, as opposed to where you may be living now. Are you having to move out of the house to go to school? You're a linguist by part of training, so it's something I used to add when my ex would ask me things. That's interesting, Yoma. That's super interesting. Because the apocalypse wouldn't be worse off enough than being a teenager again. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So this usually always represents birth. So it could be a birth of an idea or a formation of an idea. So this could be you actually starting a new process with your education. You finish your undergraduate degree. You have a place on a master's degree beginning in January at a good university. You can't decide if you should go or not. Yeah, so the runes don't do yes-nos. The runes just have very overarching meanings. So they're not going to say yes, no either. So this does talk about starting something new, the birth of something new, which if you're getting ready to go to and start your master's degree, that would make sense with this rune. This does say go into matters at this time with care and awareness. This rune is always indicative of receiving a tangible result and is very helpful when you're contemplating a new project, right? It suggests that any schemes that you have in the works, you should go ahead and implement. If it has anything to do with you wondering if it's going to be a good outcome for you, like if this is going to be something that's favorable, this does say that it is generally always a positive outcome for anything that you are questioning on. Generally always a favorable one. Even if it's something that is short term. Even if it's something that's short term. But this, I feel like a master's degree is long term. So that would definitely be the case then. So that's what that rune has to say. There's not really a whole lot of deep messages with the rune, which is why they're cheap. because they just are what they are. Let's shine within. Aw. Hey, Captain. Welcome back, dear. Yeah, we just cast one rune. Very rare. Because I'm not familiar enough with runes to, like, do a full cast. I have done past, present, future. But every time I draw runes, I usually only draw one. And it's usually, like, energy for the day. Or energy that I need to understand about my question. Do you do Black Mirror scrying? What's that, Captain? I'm interested. Is that a different book from the one I used before? No, I've always been using this book, Pega. It's the same book. This was the book that Forest Fairy gifted to us. This was the book that Forest Fairy gave us, and we've been using this one the entire time. So it is the same book. I think this book changes the names of the runes just slightly. It changes the name of the runes just slightly from, like, their typical name. I have noticed that. Like, the name of the runes in this book is different than what I remember and know them as. So, the book does change that just a little bit. I'm not sure why, though. I haven't really looked into it. I don't know if it does the original names or... I'm not sure. But it's a very good practical overview on what a rune means, and it does kind of... I don't read the whole thing because it's got a lot of information, but it does say if they're asking about love, if they're asking about money, if there's other runes next to this rune, what that could mean. But since we only draw one rune, a lot of that stuff I don't need to go through. You have a friend that does that too? You have a black mirror and you look into it to interpret the symbols within? That's interesting. So it's kind of like gazing. Like crystal ball gazing, or like gazing into a bowl of water. I do gazing. When I'm doing tarot reading, I'm actually staring into the nothingness. I'm like zoning out. Yeah, it is gazing. That makes sense. So, like, sometimes I'll just, like, look. And I'm just, like, staring at nothing. But I'm waiting for the information to come in. I'm like, And then usually I breathe for a minute. And then it'll pop me in the head. And I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, thank you. I think it's just about getting into the right mindset. Like, getting into the right headspace is really what it is. You love it. Thank you, V. You don't actually need anything. Just look within. I agree, Captain. Yeah. Everything's a tool. Like, you can have a tool that helps you, but really you're the one doing the work. Right? Good morning, Diana. Hi, William. Welcome in, dear. Glad to see you again. This is why I'm unsure. My undergraduate took me a long time, as it wasn't a straight path for me. That's why I'm weighing it all up. I feel like a master's would be more straightforward, Matthew. Your little funny sounds are great. I make all kinds of noises. Gazing between the room in between us is how I see it most often. I could see that too, Sarah. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I understand it. I call it the space between. Ever since I've been a kid, I've called it the space in between spaces. Like the space in between. I actually wrote a song about it too. The space in between. This was when I was like really young. I think I still have that. I think I still have that written down in my, I have a backpack from childhood. All of my childhood stuff fits in a backpack. And that backpack is mostly my journals where I'm writing a bunch of stuff. And I know in there is that song about the space in between. The space in between things. The space in between the spaces. I was not a very normal child. It's not a very normal child. The space is my home place. Pega, nice. Hi, Luna. Hey, David. Hi, dear. Welcome in. All of your childhood fears are in a backpack, Captain. Can we hear it sometime? I would love to hear it. Maybe doing a meditation around it. That might be fun. I'd have to find... It's in the basement. I'd have to go get it. It's in the basement. Were you here when I shared the most recent one I wrote with the drum? Our tank drum? Sorry, I'm switching our music. Captain says, I'm still not a normal child. Me neither. Me neither. The space in between things is a major focus. My second focus is on my political science background. Because you use it to build around how people interact. That's interesting. Yoma, that's interesting. But I never went to Mars or the moon. Who we are is more fun. I agree. I agree. I want to listen to White Buffalo. I'll change my music and then I'll grab that notebook that has my song in it. And then maybe we'll do Celtic Dreams after. You're still going to wish me luck. That's so sweet. Wish you luck for Matthew. That's good. Trying to go to school in the UK for my second. You use a lot of math. Oh, I've never been a fan of math. I like math, but I've just never had a good enough teacher to teach me math for me to be like, really, I'm a large concept person, and a lot of math teachers were just like, just do the problem, please. And I'm like, but I want to understand this on a deeper level, and no, none of them really cared about that too much. So then I was like, well, I don't really care. I don't really care, and I can't correlate without a larger concept, so. You're playing around with mental projection at the moment, are you, Captain? And you pop in for this painting? You pop in for this painting? I'm putting an angel here. That's what it's gonna be, but I haven't finished. I just started on that part. And thank you for following, Squash. Terrible math teachers too. A lot of math teachers are bad. A lot of math teachers they just don't know how to explain it any deeper than how they've been told how to explain it. You know what I mean? Like, they're not bad. It's just they don't know how to expand beyond what they've been told. You know what I mean? Like, they only understand it on a surface level. And I'm one that likes to go really far deep into things. And if that deepness isn't satisfied, I'm like, what's the point? Like, I'm not gonna do something just because you tell me to do it. Like, and that's my stubbornness, right? That's my stubbornness. Like, I'm not gonna do a math problem the way you tell me to do it just because you're telling me to do it that way. Like, how do you know this is actually the way it's supposed to be done? Like, and nobody could really dive deep with me and like give me that kind of information. So I'm like, this is gonna be hard. this is gonna be hard. And a lot of my math teachers were just completely frustrated with me, honestly. And I was frustrated with them because I wanted to know more. And it was just like this. It was just like this. So, pure mathematics is good. Fluffy says, summary, Lady Lunastar is not good at math. I'm not. I'm terrible. I did like proofs studying. So when I did proofs in mathematics, that was actually when I turned my grade from an F into a C. Because I actually understood proofs very well, and I was actually helping the teacher teach the entire class on how proofs worked, because they actually made sense to me conceptually on a large scale. So while everyone else was making fun of me that I didn't get the whole class the entire time, when proofs came around, I was like, he only talked about it once, and I was like, I get it. And everyone else is like, I don't understand. This doesn't make any sense. And it's like, I was actually helping the teacher because it was me and him are the only ones who understood. I've talked about that before. So, pure maths is your thing then. Luna, pure math is full of proof. That must be what it is, yeah. I guarantee you that, yeah, pure math is probably my thing then. Because he talked about that once, showed one example, and I was good. And I was like, and that turned my whole grade around in the entire class. Hey, Avaya, welcome in, hun. There are no bad students, only bad teachers. I don't think anyone's bad. Everyone's just doing what they know is best. And it's just, I do think there needs to be more of an individualized lesson plan. You know what I mean? Like, I think IEPs need to be used for every child, to tell you the truth. Individualized lesson plans, not for just the people that struggle, but for every child, all the time, like regardless. I feel like that is like the new way forward. I really feel that, like, in my heart. Like, what's astral painting? This is what we're painting today. So the being on our canvas is an astral being. It is a energetic being. So that's what it is. You also get this thing that you are uncovering with fundamental truths of the universe in pure mathematics, Matthew. That's probably actually what I need. You love it? Thank you, Minnie, my minty. It's really nice. And Fluffy, thank you for the follow. I can't believe I missed that. I thought you were already following. Do you use acrylics? Yeah, I do. Yeah, math teachers don't like the student asking why, which is all I ever did. And then they could never do that for me, and I'm just like, this is pointless. I'm not gonna do things just because you tell me to do them when I don't understand why. Like, it's just totally pointless. Like, it's not ever going to click. And yeah, that was my main struggle, was the why. Because I'm a big picture person. If I understand the whole thing, or a very large piece of it, you know, like mathematics, they spoon feed you little bits. And I'm like, why don't you just show me what the whole meal looks like? And they're like, no, we can't. I'm like, why not? Because that's not how math class is taught. Quit asking and do the problem, please. And I'm like, I can't. I mean, if you're going to ask me to do the problem, give me the problem formula. Why are you going to make me memorize a formula when you can't even tell me why the formula works that way? Sorry. This is a passion of mine, clearly. This is like a passionate trigger. I do agree, though. I do agree. There should be an individualized learning process. When I was in school, I had a IEP, which was an individual education plan. Never seeing anything as being pointless, but I still very much resonate. Today my picture is so large I can't really remember anything from school. Yeah. Yeah, Eclipse says, unfortunately, there's so many people to teach that it's basically impossible to have a tailored and applied maths is about how maths can be used practically. Most people prefer to applied. I prefer pure. Good morning, everyone. Hi, Wheel. Hopefully you're doing well today, hon. I didn't really see it as being pointless, but like and this is me and my struggle as a human, like I'm not going to do something just because I'm told. Like I'm not a blind doer. I just don't. Unless I feel it's necessary for me to blindly do something, I'm not going to do it. I am like the worst. I'm like the worst person to blindly obey. It just does not happen. It just does not happen. It just doesn't. And it never really has. So. Your teacher taught you about negative times negative equals a positive. So I said, but why? And he just got annoyed and said, I should just accept it. Yep, I was that way too, Matthew. I was like, why? You tell me how that works. It was only annoying when I went to university and proved that it is true myself using the axioms that's when I was satisfied. And why don't they just talk about that? I don't know. Anyway, it's just, this is clearly a trigger for me. You're slowly trying to wake up. So mindfulness, eh? Captain. Are we getting too, we're getting too heavy on the mathematic mind. Everything we do is influenced by the totality of our experience. I agree, Elma. It's literally because it's too hard for them. Yeah. It's a surprisingly difficult thing to prove at a high school level. Yeah, that must be it. That must be it. That must be it. That's gotta be it. Because I struggled for a long time. Math makes you cry. Math made me cry for a long time, Sweet Disaster, because I was always asking why. And like nobody wanted to answer that. And they couldn't. And it was very tug of war. And I'm like, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't get it, and you can't explain it to me in a way that makes sense, so it's kind of pointless for me to put a lot of energy into it right now because we're not getting anywhere. We're literally not getting anywhere. But yeah, when I did proofs, I had been getting C's, D's, and F's on my math tests, like constantly. And that's with me checking with the teacher a lot, doing all my... I got A's on my homework because I actually did my homework. And when I do my homework, I had the formulas in front of me to just follow through on. But when you have to make me memorize a formula that I can't conceptualize, and it's just mumbo jumbo, it didn't stick. So then when the test came along, you had to know the formula and then do the math correctly. And it's like, whatever. Whatever, man. Give me the formula and I can do the dumb shit you need me to do, okay? Whatever, man. Whatever, man. But yeah. It was, so I get it. It was very, but when I actually moved on to proofs, that was the first time I had gotten all A's on my homework. The concept of how to do it was very easy to understand and flowed really well. And I only needed one example to be able to help the whole rest of the class do it too. and I understood it so well that I was able to explain it with one example. And that was the first time in a long time I ever got an A on a math test. And I was like, wow, this feels great. Do you learn by seeing, hearing, or feeling? I learn by doing mostly. But I'm okay with seeing. I'm a very much a visual learner, but I learn best when actually doing it. The system is only directed to people who learn through visual. I could see that, Pega, yeah. You don't really need math unless you need to be a math teacher. Proof is actually high-level mathematics, Luna. It's very abstract, and a lot of people find it hard. It sucks they didn't do more of it with you. Yeah, they didn't. They didn't. I think the high-level math that I had really large concepts behind, I could do just fine. But if you're giving me all this crap that just doesn't make I don't understand. Like, it's for no reason. I thought it was predominantly visual learner until I started learning Chinese and Sanskrit. Was the logic tables, yeah. And geometry was fine too. I was okay with geometry. I got a B in geometry. So it wasn't like me, I didn't know how to do math. It was just like, I need something deeper than what you're giving me with these stupid algebra stuff. Hey, Geralt de Rivia, welcome back, hon. Thank you for your subscription. We're talking about mathematics today while we're painting. You were learning Russian and you're scared that you will forget English? Really, Matthew? Why is that? Geralt hates math. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. So did I. It took yeah. I just remember all the hours crying and crying and crying because I can't seem to understand math and I felt like an idiot. You know, because everyone else seemed to just be able to do it. And I just couldn't seem to be okay with the way it was being taught. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. You do. You feel like an idiot because they had pretty much decided, well, my mom had basically, like, decided that because I obviously could not manage math, that I needed to be in, like, a learning disability class for math. So actually from the state of Indiana, I actually am registered as someone who has a learning disability. Which is absolutely ridiculous. Because it makes you feel less than. I mean, let's be honest, like, putting the word disability next to whatever comes after that makes you feel like there's something wrong with you. In whatever form, whatever's after that disability word, or whatever's tied to the disability. When that's almost like a total scarlet letter situation, yeah. And so then, because of that, teachers would think that I can't learn from them either. even though my individual plan of learning, my individual education plan was saying specifically this is for math, a struggle with math. Anchor. You wonder if it's an empath thing, because I really struggle with comprehending math too. I think we have a deeper level of needing more information, and the current education system is just not meant for building that kind of depth. And so then we're like, we're not being fed and we're not being satisfied. And because we can't just follow the rules, like I cannot do it. Like it's like programmed into me. I cannot blindly just do something. I need to know why. I just can't. I can't. It is like, I tried, trust me. My life would have been a heck of a lot easier if I could just do what I was told to do. Trust me, my life would have been so much easier. You think I wanted to cry about math? Like, my entire education growing up, you think that's what I wanted to be doing in my evenings? No. 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 But because of that, a struggle, and they labeled it as disability, all of my other teachers from that day forward assumed that I needed help with everything. Right? This was just math. All my other grades, fantastic. Fantastic. Never had any problems in any other class. As soon as I get this piece of paper that says I have a learning disability, everybody's like, "Oh, Diana, do you need a special test?" I kid you fucking not. Do you need a special test, Diana? For English? Do you need a special test for social studies? Did you even read it? Did you even read the individualized lesson plan for me? Because if you did actually read it, this would not be a question. If you actually read it, this would not even be a question, because nowhere in there does it say anything else about any other class except for math. Are you a math teacher? If you're not a math teacher, you shouldn't be asking. So did you even read it? This was like the most frustrating. It makes you feel like an idiot, because the teacher's asking you this in front of other students, by the way. There are other students in the class during this time. And the teacher's coming up to my desk and saying, "Do you need a special test?" Like, as they're giving out the test. And I'm like, I would actually get upset. I would actually get mad. And say, "Did you read my IEP? Because my IEP mentions mathematics. Are you a math teacher?" I would literally get mad at my teachers. I'm like, "Please go read the IEP and come back to my desk when you're finished." I would get so mad. And then people are like, Then people really do think you're dumb, because they've heard the teacher ask you for a special test. "Oh, wow, why does Diana get a special test? That's weird." It's ridiculous. It makes you feel less than. And the word disability should be removed. Sorry, I'm like really passionate about this today. Clearly people needed to hear this. There's a really good website supported by the Indian government to learn Sanskrit. It does seem to be an interesting correlation. You're decent at some forms of math, Tarot Nick. and it clicked with some teachers better than others, but it definitely was the subject I struggled with the most at some points. Yep, me too, Nick. Math is literally art at the deepest levels, and yet we are taught those subjects are opposites. Good Lord, this is speaking my language. I'm glad, Carol. Oh my God, I feel that, Luna. Yeah. You always struggled with science too, ironically. Some parts of science I struggled with. The mathematical chemicals of how the molecules worked together. Like, I understood molecule combinations and the physical aspects of it, but when you pulled in mathematical equations, that was when it became hard, because I was like, how do we know this? How do we know this? And people are like, just do the math. And I'm like, I can't. You don't understand. I would really like to. Grades are so silly. Constantly valuing people in the wrong ways. I agree, Nick. Kids just need to be given some effort. But if that subject just isn't clicking or isn't their interest, pretty sure they'll survive without calculus. Yeah, they will. When I was younger, my teachers and my mother said I have a learning disability too. Sweet disaster. I was told that too. I just comprehend things in a different way, and that is fine. I agree. And when I get older, I start to understand how I learned. And you used to teach yourself in a way. Yeah, once I got into the disability class for math, and I was able to like slow down and teach myself and go at my own pace, and because really that's what it was, because all the other students in that class were on different levels of math. So the teacher was not building a lesson plan that you just followed. Everybody went at their own pace. And when I was actually going at my own pace, I did really well. I did really well. You know that feeling so hard, Yoma? People think that because we have some difficulties with something, it means we're unable to learn. We actually aren't able to learn. We just need some level of adjustment to help us excel. Yes. Yep. That would make me so upset. Wow, I'm so sorry. Yeah, my teachers would literally, quite a lot of them. And don't get me wrong, there were some teachers that would not do that. And they were very respectful, and those were my favorite teachers. Like, they actually read the IEP. Why did she not wait till the end of class or something? Some of them didn't. They would ask while handing out the tests. Hi, Lucky. Welcome in, dear. Sorry, I'm like very passionate about what we're talking about right now, and I'm just getting caught up with chat. My thing was, if it wasn't something I felt passionate about and didn't believe in it, I couldn't apply any of my energy to it because I knew there was something more to this world. I agree, Oz. I agree. Leads for you, Matthew. Higher math was difficult for spiritual answers. Hey, spiritual answers. Welcome in, dear. Have you ever heard the story of Fermat's last theorem? I don't think so, Matthew. My teachers throughout my life learned that if anyone tries to make me feel stupid, I will buck right back at them. Yeah. I understand your passion and I wholeheartedly agree with you, says Matthew. Yeah. Hi, spiritual answers. We were talking about oddly mathematics and how I had the learning disability, what that felt like, being given that label, and what it really meant, and how I've kind of learned through that, basically, and what it felt like. Hey, baby goblin, welcome to the treehouse, hon. So yeah, it was very difficult. But I do think there's a need for people to have more of an individualized learning, for sure. Hey, Tay, welcome to the treehouse, hon. I totally agree with you, Yoma. Yeah, I don't believe anyone is stupid or, like, I think, I don't know, disabled is just like an awful word. I don't like it because it makes you feel like something's wrong when it's not. It's just how you are. So why shouldn't life try and work with you and meet you where you're at? Like, why do we have to like shove people into little boxes? Like, you must fit here. And if you don't fit here, there's something wrong with you. Maybe the box is what's broken. Maybe we should just get rid of the box. Bye. Get rid of the box and then no one's broken. Stop trying to shove me into a box I don't fit in. And I don't want to fit in it. If I wanted to fit in it, I would have gone into the box just fine. But I didn't want to. So stop making me. He was a French lawyer. Was he really? In the Renaissance times, and he did proofs as a hobby, like mathematical proofs. He had a small book where he kept all of his proofs. He wrote a theorem and wrote, the proof is too big to fit in his book, but then the theorem is true the day after he died. That's interesting. Mathematics spent literally 300 years trying to prove that Fermat's last theorem was true, and it actually was. Interesting. Oh no, not the box. What's in the box? None of us are in the box because we're getting rid of it. Nothing's in the box because we're destroying the box. You've seen some people switching it to different ables and terms like that. Yeah, why aren't we focusing on these strengths that people have instead of focusing on like what box they don't fit into? I like that, Anna. I'm not sure why it held that message, Gilma, but that's okay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the ES I went to college for art education, and I took I was getting certified for ESL because that was another thing that was really on my heart. Like, I can't imagine trying to understand large concepts in a non-native language. Like, you're not dumb, you just need more information in a way that you can grasp. So I did. I never finished, but that ESL certification was on my list. Because I do believe not getting that kind of information into your brain in your native language makes it like so much more difficult. You used to date a woman whose family was from Mexico, and they grew up speaking Natal and Spanish as their native languages, and teachers thought she was stupid because she struggled with English. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I think, and it is hard because I know, at least with some schools, they're trying to make different languages available in schools. So like when I was moving into high school, we actually had just started to have like Spanish classes and Chinese classes and German classes because we had a lot of Amish, right? And so I feel like a lot of those people would use those teachers, right, consistently for many of the other classes that they had to take too, right? And I'm not saying they would go only to that teacher for all their classes, but I feel like that teacher was helpful for other things too, other than just the language class. I agree. Studying, yeah, people who speak more than one language, they're definitely more gifted. They have more concepts to go off of. Is it xenophobia? I think we all have accents at this point. Come on. Who doesn't have an accent? Raise your hand. You all better not be raising your hands. even even in our small corners of the world, we still have different dialects. So you don't like your own accent sometimes, Matthew? Why? I think the mind cannot go where language doesn't reach. I think it can, baby, because sometimes when I sit and think about something and I'm trying to translate it, the words are not enough. Like, none of the words seem to be enough. Like, I can get a basic point across, but there's a large scale behind what I'm trying to get across that words just don't even seem to touch the surface for. So I think our minds can go beyond language, but the concept is watered down because words only get across so much. I think you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I thought that was your point, Goblin, yeah. You feel that often? Mm-hmm. Which is why when I do my card readings and my energy readings and things like that, which is why I say the same thing in multiple ways with multiple layers, because I'm like, there's more here, and I'm waiting for the click to really get the most out of what I'm receiving. It's a bit too Northern English for you. Sometimes I feel like people look down on that in the UK. Like super Northern English. And then there's American English. Hi, Shipshia. How to be reborn, Luna? How are you doing, Shipshi? You think it's cool? I do too. As a child, your accent was a lot stronger. I'm sure it was. Because you didn't care. You're just like, this is just how I talk. You're very sensitive to auditory stimulation, Anna. You can get overwhelmed quite quickly. And your memory and concentration suffer from it, so people would call it a disability. Right? You see it as a gift. I hear things no one else can hear, like electronics when they're running. I can do that too. Or the water in the pipes, or energetic bodies. Yep. Just extra powerful. You're originally from the American Deep South, and you went over to the UK, Yoma? How did you get there? That's super interesting to me. Sorry, I didn't mean to bump the mic. You can hear things too, Minty? It's just extra powerful. Like, there's nothing wrong with you. You're just an upgrade. You're an upgrade that no one understands yet. And they should just accept you for how you are. You think of that kind of sensitivity stimulation is common in people who are extra intuitive. I agree, Anna, yeah. Northern English accents are kind of like our equivalent to Southern accents in the US, Matthew? Okay. I feel like Southern feels more homey, like hospitable. Like Southern American accents. Like Southern hospitality comes to mind. especially when the TV's running. It's like a conversation. I check to see what's playing, and it's something completely different. It's alright. It's called glare audience. Exactly. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I've always kind of done that too. Hear everything running. I'm like, that machine drives me. I literally, when I had my house, there was no electronics in the bedroom. Like, I can't do that now because of the way my life is built at the moment, which might honestly be why I stay up way later and have a bit of a harder time sleeping. But back when I had my house, my bedroom had no electronics in it because they would literally keep me up at night. Hey Mochi, welcome to the treehouse, sweetheart. So it was I was like, no TV, no, other than an alarm clock and a light. That's like it. Like, no radios, no phones, no TV, no computer, nothing in the bedroom. Like, nothing. It's like a technology-free zone. You are making sense, baby. Don't worry, dear. You love the combo, though. I'm glad. Oh, wait, I get it now. I'm glad. Study says I'm from the American South, and we greet everyone with a smile, sweet tea, and some biscuits. See, studying, that's exactly the picture I feel in my heart when I hear a nice Southern accent. I'm like, oh, please give me a hug. Sensitive to high frequency and ultra low frequency, both, Bronco, for me. Language paves the way for thought, which relates to these other special senses. If society can come up with words, form more feelings and emotions or concepts, people know those things exist and can go from there. I understand, Goblin, yeah. And thank you, Paul Face, for the follow. Welcome to the treehouse, hun. You just hear a really wide range of frequencies, yeah. If the AC and the computer fan are running, it's a lot of brain space that's already gone. Yeah. There's the Discord, dear. Harry says, did somebody around these here parts say Southern accent? Yes, we did. Hi, Harry. The only electronics allowed in my bedroom at my last apartment were my phone, my laptop, and one of my amp heads because the buzzing that they had irked me to death. Yeah, I couldn't handle it either. Yeah, there's a Discord. I just shared the link. Language will also be a lousy compression of thought. I propose telepathy. Yes, please. Actually, a lot does get through telepathy pretty easily. Like on my one-to-one sessions, it kind of freaks people out, but I can get a lot of information pretty seamlessly without words. And it's actually, in some ways, it's actually way easier than actually like talking. I feel like trying to express information with words is actually more difficult sometimes. It's more difficult when the other person doesn't understand what's going on. Like, I feel like you can telepathically share messages with somebody, but if they're not aware fully of what kind of exchange it is, like, they might have a hard time interpreting what you're sending, if that makes sense, because they're just not aware of what exactly is going on. So then sometimes you have to like talk them through it, like, right there, you're thinking this, that means this, you know, you feel that, what does that actually mean? You know, you have to like pause them for a minute. But yeah, I've had people on my one-to-ones and they're like, how do you know? I'm like, come on, man, have you seen the kind of work I do? Come on, man. It's super strange to do the body and internal organs. What's ULF? Dora doesn't have a small male slot yet. I know I'll have a long way to go with building this skill. You really can't wait. Hi, JC. Welcome in, dear. Glad to see you. Still use the word thee to mean you in certain sentences? So that's like super old English. That's cute. That's cute. I like that. But yeah, I totally agree. Sometimes it is easier to get information across without words. You ever just look at somebody and like you understand them and you didn't have to say a thing to each other? Like you're just looking at each other. You know. It's way easier than trying to say. It takes way less time. You gotta go for dinner now, Matthew. Enjoy your dinner, Matthew. I appreciate you hanging out, hon. Enjoying your painting in chat. Thank you. We've painted a little bit. We're mostly chatting, though. Words have different meanings for different people, so I agree that telepathy can be easier. You use it with your cat. Aw. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's a good way to look at it, Sweet Disaster. Yeah. We understand, if we're really close to our pet, we understand our pet way different than somebody who doesn't. And our pets don't use words, but we understand our pets very well. So yeah, I definitely could see that. Used to do that when you were shopping with your friend. Dinner sounds amazing, JCL. It's only 2 o'clock for me, so I'm not really hungry quite yet. There are ELFs too? I know, I'm wondering what these are too. Oh, ultra low frequency. So it's ultra low frequency is what ELF is. Miss Summer says what she used to kind of have the telepathy talk with an old roommate. They would just look at her and she would reply that dress and we would know which dress we were talking about, looking at it from across the store without even ever describing it. Yeah. Yeah. Extremely low frequencies. Okay. I would feel like I feel those more than hear them. I have heard them though before too, though. But I feel like those you feel more. Does that make sense? Which I'm getting would make sense because they're bigger. Aren't they bigger? The waves bigger? I'd have to look into that. Which might be why you actually feel it. Like, I'm almost getting the picture of, like, being at a concert. And, like, yeah, like a bass. Thank you. Or, like, the bass guitar. Or like, the when you're at the concert and, like, the drums are, like, boom, 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 boom through it. And you can, like, feel it, and you're like, oh my god, my heart. Ugh. Yeah, bass sound waves can pass through solid matter. I think that's why. You hate having the AC on, that's alright. Used to play an experimental grindcore death metal band, Yoma. What an interesting... I love this. And you would use extremely low frequencies to get part of our meanings across, and we called it brown pitches. Interesting. That's why you also hear bass through walls but not higher pitches when your neighbor plays music too loud. That makes sense. The height of the wave is the volume or amplitude. The length of the wave is frequency. Okay, got you. Okay. Wouldn't it automatically be longer though? Because of how... And I'm thinking of it as a physical line. Wouldn't this kind of line in the long run be much longer than this kind of line? If they have the same stopping point. Anyway, it's just, this is how my brain thinks. Kind of like bending the paper. Sometimes your neighbor's stomping startles you. It's not necessarily the sound, but the energy from it can be jolting through the body. I agree, Sweet Disaster, yeah. Longer measured between peaks of the wave. Okay, got you. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, there's that kind of stuff that it's been a while since I've watched lots of documentaries on things. But I've actually watched a documentary before. I think it was on Netflix, where it was talking about mathematics and sound. I think it was called The Code. Sorry. I think it was called The Code. You've lived a life that's the equivalent of several 90-year-olds because I have grown up poor, but I made sure that I will at least live it to the max. I'm glad, Yoma, that you can do that. Might as well. Might as well, right, Yoma? That borrows from the Pythagorean theory, does it? It's pretty amazing that crystal structures hold frequencies. I agree, Bronco. Yeah, and I have lots of crystals around. I can tell when I'm in a place that has crystals. I know that sounds really weird, but I really can. He postulated the theory that sound is related to math. Yeah. I think it was called The Code. I think you can watch it on Netflix, but it talks about sacred mathematics and how sacred mathematics works. It talks about fractals. It talks about mathematics and music. And it was like super interesting. Yeah. Baby says everything including matter is vibration, so all sounds and colors and thoughts are waves. Yeah. That's how I understand it too, baby. But yeah, I love watching. If I am ever watching anything, like for an extended period of time, it's something along the lines of science theories, and documentaries. It's somewhere along those lines. Like, I used to watch the Science Channel. Like that was my go-to. And I used to also watch the History Channel quite a lot. Thank you for the follow, Jack. Welcome to the treehouse, dear. You love going into gem shops? I got a lot of them. You can see some of them here. And they're all in the curio behind me. There's a selenite lamp back over here. Right here. There's lots of them on my dresser over there. There's lots of them on my desk. There's some on my table here for when I do the cards. So I actually have, and there's even more that you can't even see on stream. My room is full of crystals. Yeah, there are theories in quantum physics that say matter doesn't even exist. Well, if we think about it this way, everything's made of particles, and there's still space in between particles. It's like kind of like that dark matter. It's like, again, the space between space. The space between spaces. The space in between. There's, even though it feels solid, there's still space in between all the molecular stuff, right? They don't even know what space or emptiness is, right? Spiritual, yeah. Hi, Rob. Welcome in, dear. 99.9% of empty space. Thank you, Pega. Yeah. What they call it, antimatter or dark matter or dark space, or I don't know what they call it anymore. I feel like it's all pretty much the same thing, though. In my mind. Even though they have theories of it being way different, I feel like it's all pointing to something kind of similar. There's dark matter and then there's antimatter. Yeah. In metaphysics, there's no emptiness, just creative potential. I could see that. Spiritual answers, yeah. There's a need for, yeah, there's no nothingness, really, in the way I understand it. Like, nothingness is a concept that doesn't make sense, which is why I think being asked to do a math problem just because, also, this is like a program in my mind. I just can't accept nothingness or emptiness or just blindly doing something just because. Your brother and you get into it a lot over the philosophical concept of nothingness. I'm sure, Yoma, yeah. Define nothing, observe nothing, and demonstrate nothing. You can't. Yeah. I wonder if we don't actually touch someone because of the empty space or nothingness, is what Pega is saying. How can we feel someone's hand? You ever hold something for so long that you don't realize it's there anymore? Like, maybe you hold something in your hand for a while, and then after a while, your mind doesn't correlate that it's new information anymore because it's been there. And so you actually don't recognize the feeling of it being there until you go back and look, like, notice it again. People know what I'm talking about. Like, where's my phone? Your phone's in your hand. Oh, shit, it is in my hand. I didn't realize it was there. I think it's the same thing. We have to put the intention and the focus on it. Where's my glasses? Oh, on my face. Exactly. They didn't go anywhere. You're just your attention to them wasn't there. So Hi Dylan, welcome in, dear. I think that even though science can be super complicated, I think that's also really basic, since it's always has its evidence or proof. In life, we can't prove everything. Existence is too complicated, and it's amazing. Aw, yeah. We can try, though. It's a lot of fun to try. You had an interesting convo about this recently where the person was speaking, and I realized that we have different ideas about nothingness. I picture it as white and he pictures it as black. Interesting, Anna. Yeah, what does nothingness look like to each of us? I see it as waves in between. Clear waves in between everything. That's how it looks like to me. You don't picture it at all. It's abstract, spiritual. In your mind's eye. You all want to try this? So if you close your eyes and we continue to say nothingness, what comes to your mind? What does nothingness look like to you? Hi, Michael Jordan. Welcome to the treehouse, hun. Like being in a white room. If you see it as anything, then it isn't nothingness. Exactly spiritual, but it is kind of fun. I don't think you can see it because it's impossible for it to exist, Venus. Nothing is simply a concept term we use to describe an absence. That's true. But it is interesting how each person can have a different perspective on what that is. Nothingness is just the absence of something. It's not present, or it can't be observed as existing. If it isn't composed of numbers, but numbers can be identified by the effect in the universe. And who's to say that nothingness doesn't have something? When we say nothingness, it's because we have an expectation that we're trying to filter into that nothingness. Like we say, this nothingness is nothing because it doesn't have what we expect to find. Wow, this is getting really crazy. But there could be something there. Maybe it's not really nothingness. It's just what we expect to be there is not there. So then, since we don't have a concept to bring into it, to a new filter, it becomes nothingness. Like being so small, nobody can see you. Aw. I closed my eyes to see nothingness and I had a sense of feeling neutral. Spiritual Answer says, this is what my planned stream will be like. Philosophy, metaphysics, and etc. I'm excited. Told you it's an interesting topic. It really is. Bronco's just like, I can't even. I can't even right now. That's funny. Anyways, you can also see your nose at times, but you can also ignore it because your brain doesn't really care about it being there. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, your brain kind of filters out non-essential information. Like, come on, you've been holding your phone for like 5 hours. No wonder you can't feel it in your hand anymore. Your brain's meant to... What you focus on grows. Isn't that what we say? What you focus on grows. We say that a lot. Now I just see my nose being in the way. And there's science experiments where they talk about the power of observation and how observing matter actually changes it. And how the scientists simply observing the experiment taking place can have an effect on the outcome of what happens in the experiment. You guys, I think this is also on the code. You guys heard of this one? It all comes down to the tree in the forest and if it fell. Yeah, that's true. Bronco. This is why the brain forgets most new information over 24 hours, siphoning it down to the bare minimum that's needed to remember something. As a man or woman thinks, so he or she becomes. Yeah. It's interesting to think about. What a concept for today. We've been a little all over the place today. That's all right though. It's still interesting. It's still interesting. But I remember watching, I think it's The Code. Honestly, I think it's what it's called. They talk about observation actually, observing matter actually affects how the matter acts and responds. They're partially shaped from coming from a natural science background. That makes sense, Yoma. If you want to see something interesting stuff, bridging science and spirituality, go check out Greg Brandon. I don't agree with him on a lot of things, but he's still fascinating. Greg Brandon? I'm going to put that in Discord. Hi, Alex. I'm gonna put it in Discord. Greg Brandon. I'm gonna put it in interesting finds. Greg Brandon. Just so I have somewhere to go look at it later. Do I get inspired from cosmic horror? I enjoy painting the outer gods from Lovecraft mythos. I don't really. So all of my painting is intuitive. Most of the things that inspire me have come through my life experiences. And a lot of the time my influences actually come from meditations. So a lot of the time I meditate and I get very abstract imagery and concepts that come to me during that time. And what comes out on the canvas is my best reiteration of what was being presented. So it's not like I hunt down information and how do I say this? And like build my paintings on something very tangible. It's actually the opposite. They are abstract concepts and energies and visuals that come in, and I'm doing my best to give them a very tangible context. A good writer. I don't know anything about Lovecraft. Hi, Ferris Fairy. You've read some articles on it? Oh, the matter. Yeah. She covered a lot of metaphysical concepts in terms of how they apply to the human spirit. It's called The Dance of the Shiva. That's dope. I just paint from what I've read during the week. Really? Yeah, I do a meditation and I just receive information. I try to get some type of visual concept and then I go from there. The clarity reminds me of Alex Gray. I don't know who Alex Gray is, but thank you. Shiva, Rob Shiva with a V. You silly. No, it's a Shiba. I know that's where you wanted to go. Doing the dance of Shiva? Like actual dancing stream? Human interactions in times of stress. That's interesting. Oh, really? I will have the Shiba will always be in the sketchbook, Rob, for sure. Didn't you say you almost have another 100,000 points? I'll probably hit 1,000 points again in a week or two. Hey Lucy, welcome back, dear. I'm glad to see you. Yeah, Pega, yep. That's right. She's the one that you see with like multiple arms in the dancing. Where everyone kind of like stands behind each other. You do, We're both associated through our ordaining bishops, really? Alex Gray has his own gallery called the Chapel of Sacred Mirrors. It's pretty intense. I think it holds all of his work. Wow, that sounds amazing. He has his own gallery. That's what I would like to do. It's male. Thank you, Forest Fairy. Shiva is male. Thank you. That makes sense. I knew one of Anada's last students who was from Lake Lanka. Is the Hindu god of creation and destruction, rebirth, and redemption, depending on which sect of Hinduism you're focused on, which can be the supreme being. Wow, Chapel of Sacred Mirrors. It does not sound fancy. It sounds mystical, otherworldly, and it sounds like a nice trip. Oh, you tried to post a link. You gotta be a mod to post a link. Because we've had people share some pretty just not good links. So that's why it's picky. And Streamlabs will automatically block it. So it's not a mod blocking it, it's just Streamlabs. So I've left that for mods only. But that reminds me, because I wanted to do this for you a while ago. I wanted to do it for you a while ago anyway. You've only had read a tiny bit of their work. I haven't read any, so this is like a brand new concept to me. You've never been a mod before. Aww. There you go. Now you can post it if you want. I trust you. You're even more confused now. Why are you more confused, Bega? Oh yeah. Yep. So they are talking about. So Yoma and spiritual answers are kind of having a side conversation. It's okay though. No big deal. They know what they're talking about. Because they've done a lot of reading. You're strange. I'm in this strange new mod world. You're okay. It just means you can post links. You can time people out. You can ban people. But you don't have to. You have more. You're basically like an assistant. Assistant to the stream. But it does let you post links. The art is mostly energetic visualizations of the human body or any living form. Wow, that does really fit art painting then, Bronco. A lot of it is life-size, and there are frames which makes them look like mirrors. That is so cool. So I'm an official servant now. Yes, you are now a starseed sapling minion. You are my minion. It is official. You have been knighted. Yay! Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like the concept, Bronco, of the visualizations. It definitely fits our painting like really well, because that's exactly what this kind of is an energetic visualization of it's a concept painting basically. Do I have to wear the tutu and the wings though? No. I would never make you do anything. I like to say it's a dictatorship, but it really isn't. If a dictatorship means that your leader kind of leaves you alone and lets you do what you want as long as you're not being a nuisance and rude, then yes. Do you? An alter regali? Uh-huh. This might feel like a mirror. But I'm a small person. I'm a smaller person. So even though this might feel life-size like to me, maybe for some other people it really wouldn't be. It's not, I mean, it's a bit smaller. It is a bit smaller than my actual head. But it's not too far off. And the shoulders? It's interesting. Luna, guess whose birthday it is today? Is it Xander's birthday today? Is the painting talking to us? Did it look like it, Doreen? It was for a minute. Oh, it's Luna, yeah. You think it's pretty? Thank you, Spiritual Answers. Did I watch 2.5 Men? The actress playing Berta died? I don't think I've ever seen 2.5 Men. I know of it, like I've heard of it a lot. I don't think I've actually ever watched it though, Dino. You like the effect of the rising dribbles? Yeah, that effect actually came to me in a meditation. Like while I was doing a meditation on this particular piece, that came through, like the dribble. And actually also during that meditation, there was light kind of stardust rain coming down too, but I thought that might be too much, so I decided to keep this concept visually because that was more striking and seemed to be very like, wow, that's different. Wow, that's different. Let's keep that in the painting. So that concept actually was visually presented to me in the meditation, which is very interesting. And I don't do drugs, guys. It's not like I went and smoked something and then had a meditation. That's not what I do. This is just me being me and I'm not drinking anything or smoking anything or taking anything and then going and having a meditation. This is strictly just me. This is just me as a human doing my human thing. Only sage. Yeah, only sage. And incense. But I don't inhale it. It just is burning. For people who are new and are not quite aware. Does that figure remind anyone else of Truth from Full Metal Alchemist? Isn't that an anime? You have such an overlap with your work, Yoma. I can tell. You guys are definitely vibing. You just forgot the vegan juice you drink sometimes on stream. That's true. It looks so organic, almost like it's slowly evaporating from it. Yeah, Bronco, that's kind of the feeling that came about, was like almost like it had a very cleansing feeling. Was what it felt like. Like almost like a channeling, cleansing kind of feeling. And just with others in our respective fields, we're as open to ideas. I think it's on its way, spiritual answers. This year has wrecked you to paint, Yama? Why? You just don't have the energy for it? I feel like if you do it anyway, it could give you some energy. Would you agree? Sometimes the things that we love, we think we don't have the energy for. And so we're like, if I don't have the energy for it, I don't want to do it because I want to give it my all. But actually what happens is when we do the things that we love, even if we don't feel like we have the energy to do so, it actually gives us more energy. You're welcome, Bronco. I'm gonna have to eventually get some more white acrylic paint because we're getting really low. We're getting really low on our white acrylic paint. That made it popped a bit better. I can't ascertain supplies as easily because I don't go out as much as I used to. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. You have an autoimmune disorder and the people around me don't treat the threat as real regardless of the information that has been presented to them. If they accept it, then they say, well, it ain't a problem if you die because of my freedoms. That's a shame. That's a shame. That just means that they need... Sometimes it's just best to just not be around people. There's a difference between wanting your freedoms respected. I understand that completely. But there needs to be a balance, right? Especially if you're around somebody, like in the household. Should be mindful of that person regardless of what's going on the outside world. Should be a concern all the time, regardless of pandemic or no pandemic. Right? My mom had, she was immune compromised back before the pandemic, back when I was in college. And we had to be really careful about what we were doing, what we were bringing home. And that was even before, especially around flu season. We had to be really careful, right? Because either way, you don't want to bring it home. Either way, you don't want to bring it home. So we had lots of precautions we would take, right? Even before this. It's an interesting... There's another shape that wants to come through with that, though. I do feel like the chakra here wants to be a bit brighter, just to balance that out a bit more. Worked for a summer with people suffering from environmental illness. They had to live in colonies far away from people, and we had to follow strict guidelines. Even about body soaps we used and clothes we wore and etc. Yeah, we had to... There were certain foods we couldn't cook with. And there were certain... Like, we had to change, a lot of the soaps, a lot of the products we would use around the house had to be changed. Yep. So I could definitely see that spiritual councils, yeah. People can take their health for granted, sadly. You have no idea how much I appreciate you paying attention to all that. It isn't loving it isn't loving my neighbor to ignore other people's health needs. Exactly. Yep. And this isn't saying that your freedoms are not valid, but there's a balanced, appropriate way to take care of it. There is. And I'm not one for living in fear. I'm not one for doing what I'm told just because. So I understand people who feel a pressure against doing it. At the same time, like, you need to look at yourself and really be responsible with your choices. Your paintings tend to focus on memory and the degradation of those memories. Interesting. The degradation of those memories? Yeah, all rights and freedoms are rooted in responsibility. What do they say? What do they like to say a lot? One person will... What they say in school? One person will ruin it for the rest of the class. And like everyone does a really good job. right? Like you get a perk in class and everyone's doing a really good job with it and we're all like, yeah, this is great. And then one person is not responsible with what was given to them and completely just destroys the whole concept. And then the teacher has to be like, this is a very general, I understand this is a very small concept to a very large thing, but just listen for a minute. And then one person ruins it, and so the teacher feels like they have to go back and say, well, never mind, we just can't do it this way, the same way anymore, right? We just can't do it this way anymore. It's kind of like that. Because, I mean, honestly, it's honestly really hard to try and... Thank you, Copper. Welcome in. And hi, Flap Flap. So if you subscribe on Twitch, you get priority. All the informations for subscriber perks are in the panels below, but you can get priority to card readings. You get channel points faster for card readings. And I also do giveaways. If you're a patron, you get access to Patreon-only streams where I do a creative healing course. And I also have the ability to do other perks beyond that as well with Patreon. So it depends on which one you want to use. They all have different perks. I'm doing so well, Copper B. Thank you for your subscription. I do have a Discord, yeah. And welcome in, Flap Flap. It makes sense, Diana. When I lecture classes, I give quizzes and hold on to no numerical grade value until the end of semester and encourages students to try and improve their grades in such a way that it benefits everybody. That's interesting. Back for more Luna-isms. That's a unique model. And don't get me wrong, it is hard to tailor. It's not an easy job. Trying to handle any type of social situation is not an easy job, let alone currently. So I think there needs to be more responsibility on us as communities and individuals and less responsibility on the bigger outside forces. We need to be more personally responsible for ourselves and our actions. And I think that concept of like self-governing on what is actually best is what's best in a very general concept kind of way. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Happy birthday, Flap Flap. Happy birthday, dear. Thanks for hanging out. It was somebody else's birthday today. Was it Zena? Zeno's birthday, I think, was what they were saying earlier. You're heading out. Bye, sweet disaster. Enjoy, dear. Enjoy. Yeah, so if you're interested in Patreon, Streamlabs just shared the Patreon link, and it has a little bit of the perks. Gain access to the Healing Through Creativity course. You can get some art prints. I do one-on-one guidance through Patreon on higher tiers. Tarot readings, energy healings, blah, blah, blah. I'm not a certified professional. And general support. Have a wonderful day, sweet disaster. Thanks for hanging out with us for so long. It's almost like a learning... It almost feels like a learning curve, but not quite. Like some teachers grade on a curve. There's a lot of general statements today. And in general, it elevates the grade of the class. Yeah, so it feels like a curve, yeah. grading on a curve, which I had professors that did that too. I just felt like this green needed to be brighter and match this green a bit better. Am I still working on the other one? Oh, you mean like the, I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, I'm still working on that one too. This one? Yeah, I'm still working on this one. You like how the painting has changed over time? Mm-hmm. You like the painting I'm working on, Flap Flap? Thank you. This one's been in progress for a minute, and this is the other one we're working on. You still feel like it's one being? I think that's so interesting that you say that. I definitely don't think you're wrong, Matthew. I definitely don't think you're wrong. You're definitely seeing something. That what you're saying makes sense to me. What you're saying makes sense to me. It's certainly intense. That one really is. It really is. And it really is intense, yeah. Participation goes a long way. I think it should. I think it should, honestly. And I'm not saying like everyone gets a gold sticker for being there. But I do think being actively engaged and bringing something new to the table is important. It's one being going in one direction. Some may see it as two separate beings colliding. I think both of those concepts make sense. I see it as two beings colliding also, Matthew, but it also being one being. I see both. Yeah, I see both. Coming together. It's interesting that you say that. Forest Fairy sees two beings. It's an interesting one. Yeah. That one I started. Forest Fairy, you probably remember when I started that one. You named this one. Back in the day, Forest Fairy, you named this painting. Do you remember what you named it? Because I put your names on the back of the canvas. As the namer of the painting. You named this one. Soul Flames. Yeah. Yeah, Soul Flames. It still fits. That title still fits. You tried to avoid lengthy reading assignments? Discussion? I was going to say you're probably more focused on discussion. Hey, Ghost Hacker. Welcome back, hon. Glad to see you. It's channel points today, sweetie. For your readings, Ghost. We're doing channel points today. I'm doing really good. I'm doing really good. We will have a queue tomorrow, I'm sure. But today is just chill, chat, and do channel point readings. So you can use your amethyst today, your charged amethysts, to use any readings that you can afford to use. What drink is it? This is actually kombucha. This is actually brand new. I've never seen this before. Has anyone else seen these? It's organic kombucha. Made with stevia. But it actually tastes like Dr. Pepper. It's the weirdest stuff. Weird. It actually tastes like Dr. Pepper. But it's kombucha. And it's organic. It tastes like Dr. Pepper. It tastes like soda. This actually tastes like Dr. Pepper. And they have, how do I say this? This is my first time ever having this. Kombucha is fermented tea. Thank you, Spiritual Answers. I haven't read much about the stevia plant, but that's the only thing in this bottle that I'm like uncertain about. Otherwise, it's kombucha organic tea, organic cane sugar, and organic kombucha culture. And then stevia. That's the only other thing. Stevia is the only thing in here that I'm like, I don't know much about stevia. And of course, spices and the flavors. It's actually got probiotics in it. Sparkling probiotic drink. %, less sugar than soda. You know how to make sugar-free kombucha? That would be interesting. Spiritual Answers. I do love kombucha. I'll drink kombucha consistently. I don't know if stevia is necessarily bad for you, Sue. I don't think so. I think it's just a plant. Almost like a tonic from medieval times. It kind of feels like that, Bronco, yeah. Because Dr. Pepper used to actually be... They call it Dr. Pepper for a reason, because I think it was he was using herbal properties to like... herbal tonics to like help people with their illnesses. And he ended up putting sugar in it to make it taste better. I think that's how Dr. Pepper kind of came about. So it's interesting that it's come back to like kombucha. Because this might actually be closer to what Dr. Pepper maybe used to be. I don't know. I've never had actual old-timey Dr. Pepper. Probably similar to a monk fruit, or with its sweetening properties, but without calories. Malta is delicious. People keep talking about Malta. Maybe I should try Malta. I'll have to try some Malta. I've made mead before with my boyfriend, my ex-boyfriend before. We made mead. And I put a bunch of crystals around it. And we put like positive words on the jar. It was great. I didn't drink it though. It actually tasted pretty awful. I did not like it. But I'm not much for alcohol. Like, I don't like the way it tastes. Like, I taste alcohol and I'm like, ugh. So I really don't like it. It actually tastes nasty. So most of the time that's why I don't drink, because it tastes disgusting. Are you half Cuban, Flap Flap? Aw. You got some pumpkin wildflower mead? You like, what's cask strength? Scotch. You lived in Mexico for quite some time. I remember you saying that, Spiritual Answers. Yeah. I think Dr. Pepper was essentially a snake oil quack medicine. So was Coca-Cola. There were tons of stuff like that back in the day. That's kind of what I feel, yeah. You grew up with Malta Flap Flap? Almost like a tonic, yeah. We would experiment with aging it. My brother liked it straight from the vat. Oh my gosh. And you would try to put it in oaken barrels to age it for a while. She also broke your heart. Spiritual answers. I'm sorry, dear. It happens. Cast strength is 70% alcohol. How could you even? Sorry. I'm like, how does this even taste good at some point? I don't know. I can't drink because it tastes too nasty, and I don't care to have an acquired taste for something that tastes nasty. It's just how I work. I'm just like, why? Why? You can also get smoked, so you can taste the smoke. Why? Sorry. Just... this has been my thing for a long time, though. When you can drink juice, I feel the same way. Like, juice tastes way better. It makes me feel better. And, like, lifts me up. I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't get it. There's maybe in a past life somewhere, maybe I was an alcoholic in a prior life, and so like in this life I'm just like I don't want to touch it. I don't know. Who knows, man? Something about it is like not clicking in this life for sure though. Like 100%. I just have never had an interest, never liked it, never cared, never wanted to go down that road. So, I don't know. There must be something there. I'm just like, not this time, sir. Used to drink alcoholic beverages, spiritual, but you quit a long time ago. I really never have. Like, I remember being 21 and my parents took me to a bar because they were like, if you're gonna get out of hand, you might as well do it now. And I did not want to go, and they thought I didn't want to go because I didn't want to go with them. You know, like who wants to go to a bar with their parents? You know, like they thought it was just because it wasn't cool, and so I didn't want to go. That's not what it was. It was I really did not want to go and have alcohol. They took me out for my 21st birthday, went to a bar. The bartender was super nice, made me a bunch of drinks. I didn't like any single one of them, and my stepdad drank all the drinks. And we didn't pay for a single one of them. That was my 21st birthday. And then I was like, can we go home now? And it's like 8:30. My stepdad had like 6 mixed drinks. And my mom had like 1 or 2. And I'm like, can we go home? This is just not what I wanted to do. They're like, I can't believe you want to go home. I was like, you clearly don't know who I am. Please just let me go home now. And I never went to a bar again. I never went to a bar. Well, I went to a bar one time in college. But after that, I never went again. That's so silly. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the bartender was a little too nice to me. Like they made me probably 6 or 7 drinks and did not charge us for any of them. And I was like, I don't like alcohol, so this is kind of a waste of your time and mine. I had known that before I even really drank. I was like, chances are I'm not going to like any of this. And I was right. You lost a taste for alcohol after waking up with both the flu and a hangover in the same day, Yama. Copper says, I'm more into the devil's lettuce than alcohol. I never really did that either. I never have done that either. And I've had many opportunities. It's just that's not, I've never been interested. Try horchata. Is this another Malta thing? I didn't drink much, but I do like the mixed drinks. That's my brother's favorite. Good evening, Marty Pello. Welcome back, sweetie. How are you doing? You also tried Ace Pineapple Cider? I've never tried that either. This is just another place where like, I don't know, I've always been weird. Like, there's just never anything I've ever really done. And never really felt to do. Like, didn't drink, didn't do any drugs, didn't smoke any cigarettes, it was just never on my list of things to do. I feel like it elevates you. I could see it elevating to a certain extent, but I feel like once you get past that point of elevation, it actually brings you down. Right? Everything has a certain vibration to it. I don't know what it is. I do not know what it is, Miss Umber. I wish I knew what it was. I wish I could say, I chose not to do these things because of X. There's no reason. I was honestly just like, I don't have time. I don't have time to deal with all that. I don't have time. I have other things to be getting done. That's basically how I felt about it. Yeah, spiced. You agree, Copper, with that? You don't need a reason. I've never had a reason necessarily either. I just didn't see what the point was. Yeah. You've never tried it before? The Cubans aren't super into spicy stuff? I'm not really into spicy stuff either. Who decided he wanted to try scotches without my permission? Oh my gosh. That's intense. Yeah, most of the Cuban food I have was savory and not spicy. I don't know that I've ever had something. I don't know that I would know on my radar what is particularly Cuban. This is just me being honest. Like, my brain doesn't know where to go to get a concept of Cuban food. Like, what constitutes as a Cuban meal? I'm a Scorpio, Copper. Like, what constitutes as a Cuban meal? Medianoche? Did I say that right? I don't even know what that is. Ropa Veo? Lots of marinated pork, rice, with black beans and fried plantains. Interesting. Love it, a fellow water sign. Ah, Gopper, I'm glad. Are you Cancer? Are you a Cancer? Viaja? Is that what it's called? There's a lot of learning going on today. There's a lot of learning going on. You chuck it in the crock pot? Cancer rising, but Pisces sun. Okay. Interesting. Interesting how I just like, guess. Every day's a school day, Marty. Yeah. Day for learning. I'm trying to see if this CD will play. I'm putting our Celtic music just now that we haven't listened to in a while. Did I put it in the right way? No. I put it in upside down. Good luck playing that, huh? How did I even put it in upside down? Yeah, you could sense it. Yeah. The people I have a hard time guessing are the air signs. I don't know why. But like people who are air signs, I assume they're earth signs for some reason. But I never get an air sign person right. I don't know why. Do I remember when I first learned about astrology? I did a lot of research on my own, honestly. So like the internet honestly helped me discover who I was. I'm not even gonna lie. The internet helped me discover who I actually was. Way faster. Because I remember growing up and being on the internet and trying to find out more information about what I was actually interested in that I didn't actually have outlets for. So I remember being in high school and college and having my own computer and starting to really investigate things like metaphysics, tarot, astrology, science, all these things that I wanted to know more of but didn't really have a way of getting more information at the time. Because I lived in a small town. It wasn't like I could go to a class on tarot and learn about, or I couldn't necessarily find a class and learn something about metaphysics, you know what I mean? It's not like that just wasn't a thing when I was younger. I think now I would have an easier time. But back then, that was just not the case. It was not an option. So for me, it was a lot of internet searching and learning and diving, and does this make sense to me in my heart and in my mind? Can I conceptually make them agree with each other with this, or is this something I need to put down and maybe come back to later, or it's just not for me? But the thing that has always been with me since childhood is definitely dreams. Like I've done a lot of dream research. What's the most common sign? I'm not sure. You're a fire sign? Sagittarius? Or are you assuming that I'm a fire sign, Marty? Air signs living in their head. Kinda, yeah. You have an Aries sun and a Pisces moon, Matthew. Aw. So that might be why you're really interested in what we're doing here. No, you're a Sag, Marty. Aw. The internet can be a beautiful thing for expanding our knowledge. I agree, yeah. So I'm actually both spiritual answers. I'm a Scorpio sun with a Virgo rising. Dreams are so interesting and telling. Yeah, I do a lot of dream interpretation. We've done 2 streams so far directly correlated. No, 3 streams directly correlated to dream interpretations. Internet and the library combined is what you use for us, Fairy. You're not surprised. What gives it away? You're a Libra sun, flap flap. And you can confirm that you do live in your head. So honest. I love how honest we can be. I agree though, the internet can be a really beautiful thing. You would love to come in for one of those dream ones? Maybe we should do dreams tomorrow. Do you guys want to do dreams tomorrow? We'll do a general energy maybe for everybody. Then we can do dreams. How do you know if your sun is rising or setting? Complete noob to astrology. So you can go to Astrology Cafe. Astrology Cafe. They do a free natal chart, astrological natal chart. So I have a astrology section in Discord that has examples of people's charts, and I have gone through people's charts before. But honestly, that site is really good about getting an idea of what your chart contains and what it means, and what each placement means, and it actually gives really nice paragraphs underneath everything. So it'll say I have a Pisces moon, so it'll say you have a Pisces moon, and what does Pisces moon mean? AstroSeek is a really good one as well. Thank you, Forest Fairy. So yeah, you can try that one too. You've made so many new friends on Twitch and the internet. I'm glad, Flap Flap. I have two, actually. Download the CoStar app. Is there an app? Copper? You had a trippy dream from yesterday and it's still in your head. I like trippy dreams. Hey, Hubert. Welcome to the treehouse, son. Glad to have you. Hi. Thank you for the follow. Is it difficult to get ingredients for? Hanan food. Have you heard the concept that modern astrology past 300 years is based on the Gregorian calendar, which creates an accumulating error in accuracy if you compare it to the actual star measurements? I have heard of that. Bronco, isn't that why they added that new star sign? Hey Pack, thank you for the follow. And Bob Kitty, welcome into the treehouse, guys. Glad to have you. Hi. You're heading to the cafe now. You'll be right back. Okay, Marty. What was the new star sign they made? Because they tried telling me I wasn't a Scorpio, and I refused to believe that. No new star sign has been added. I thought there was one, or a they tried to introduce one. It was called, it started with an S? It was between, I think they tried to. You're okay, Pack. I don't play around. I don't play around. I don't play around. And Pack, you're fine. We have a large market here that specializes in foreign groceries. They did, but mainstream astrology hasn't accepted it. See, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. What was it called, though? It said your sun is in Gemini, Dino. That's what I was waiting for. That's what I was waiting for. Hi, Hi, Eddie. Welcome in, sweetie. You're kind of on the right track, but that doesn't correct it properly. It's not a commonly recognized constellation that doesn't have many degrees on the chart. Interesting. You're fast. I am. I don't mess around. I don't mess around. My moms, you guys really have an easy job. You guys have an easy job. See, I already picked up on the energy right away, right? There's 3 people that pop in all at the same time. That doesn't seem weird, does it? Anyway. And one of them says something that could be interpreted as triggering, even though it doesn't feel that way. And the other 2 just start talking rando. I mean, It is what it feels like. It is what it feels like. It doesn't say rising anywhere. It might say ascendant, Dino. Instead of rising, it'll say ascendant. Sagral astrology is more accurate than Western. Oh yeah, Afrinkius? How do you say that? I think you're right though, Forest Fairy, yeah. They come in packs, they do. Yeah, it's clear. Ophiuchus? Thank you, Quarter Square. Ophiuchus is how I pronounce it. Thank you, Yama. Really? A YouTube channel called Mastering the Zodiac. Maybe I'll share it in Discord. Maybe I'll share it in Discord. Mastering the Zodiac. I'll give them a follow. I'll drop it in Discord for those who are interested. I'll put it in the astrology section. That's interesting. Thank you for sharing. Bronco? It doesn't say that either. Oh no. You need a bit more hand holding. Did you scroll all the way down, Dino? Read the paragraph, sweetie. You can't do anything with the information anyway. I mean, you can. You can just read it and see how you feel about it. Says your sun sign is Aries and your ascendant is Aquarius. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Yeah, Ophiuchus. So when they introduced Ophiuchus in, they were actually, like when I redid the chart according to that, I was actually on the line of being the Ophiuchus instead of a Scorpio, and that like triggered me. I was like, no, I'm not doing it. No, you can't make me. It was another one of those things again where I'm like, but why? You think you'll understand it pretty easy? I probably will, Bronco, yeah. Even though I'm a Leo, a lot of people don't tell you you match your sign. You also don't feel like a Leo. What's your ascendant? Do you know your ascendant, Sue? I have a lot of Scorpio in my chart, yeah. I'm actually equally fire and water. Yeah, Forest Fairy would also be placed there. Yeah, I did it and I was like, I don't want to do that. It was my stubbornness. My stubbornness coming out. You don't put a lot of stock in astrological charts, though. I don't either, spiritual answers, but it is fun. I feel the same way with many things. It can be a tool that is very helpful if you want it to be. But at the same time, sometimes if you rely too much on a tool, it becomes a crutch. But I think about that with almost everything. Like I'm not going to hold on so tightly to my astrological signs and information that I let that tell me who I am and how I'm going to do things. But you know what I mean? But it can be very interesting. It's that stubbornness in me. And like, you can tell, you can give me insight, but I'm gonna have the last say. Me, I'm gonna have the last say. It's my choice. Hey Finger, welcome to the treehouse. It's been something interesting to explore. Yeah. You closed the tab already, Dino. Hey, that's okay. It's alright, you can do that if you want. Do I do readings on here? I'd love to see how you do it. I do, Bronco. So today, the stream is mostly just chatting and painting. You can redeem readings through channel points. Most of the time I have a queue open in the evening, so Tuesday and Thursday evenings is when I have my queue. I don't charge anything on Twitch. You do get priority if you're subscribed, especially if you're a subscriber who I have not read before or recently. Because I know a lot of you are really fast to jump in the queue, and I read you guys a lot, so I'm trying to pick the subscribers that I don't often get to read first. So if the cards tell you to not eat for a week, will you throw them into the trash and order yourself an all you can eat? I won't throw the cards into the trash, but I'm gonna go get food anyway. I'm just gonna be like, this does not resonate. Bye. Your sun is in Sagittarius? Interesting. You can't wait to get a reading, Copper. I left people in the queue from last time. And if the queue lets me keep people in there, I will. You can redeem a card, Flop Flop, yeah. Is the sign you're born under your sun sign generally quarter? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for following, Core. Welcome to the treehouse. A pondering question card. Your birthday's on the 20th. Happy birthday! Your ascendant is also in Sagittarius. Wow, you're Sagittarius. That's very fiery. It is Libra season. Yeah, it is. A pondering question card. Let's take care of it. Yeah, Wednesdays is usually chatting and using your channel points. Sorry, Nettie. I missed your chime. I gave you your points back, though. Let's do the pondering question card. You like the setup? I'll remember to be here. Moon in Sagittarius. You have 3 placements in Sagittarius? For real? That's a lot. That's a lot, Marty. 3 placements in the same sign? That's a lot. Franco, thank you for your subscription, hon. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, dear. But for the cues, you can ask a tarot question, you can have me interpret a dream for you, or you can ask for like an energetic brush up. So I can go into your aura and your energy and help you kind of make you squeaky clean. You're a solar Leo? Venus is in Scorpio. Yeah, my Venus is in Scorpio too. Capricorn sun, Cancer moon can be a lot. Aw, yeah. You have a lot of Leos and Virgos in your family. Mars is in Sagittarius. What, Marty? 4 placements in Sagittarius? What is this nonsense? Did you do it right? Sorry. I just can't believe that. That's a lot. That's a lot of the same sign. Jupiter is in Leo. That's fiery too. Holy crap. But actually it's just regal. You have 3 in Scorpio, Flap Flap. I think I have... Let me go looking again. I have my chart on my desktop because I look at it all the time. Maybe? Oh, here it is. Here it is. I have 3 placements in Scorpio, 2 placements in Sagittarius. Scorpio is the one that pops up the most. My Sun, Venus, and Pluto are all Scorpio. I'm equally fire and water. I'm equally fire and water. 5 in Sagittarius. That's outrageous. On the desktop. Yeah, it's just sitting on the desktop. It's been moved back up to a planet. Alright, what message do we want to give for Flap Flap? You have so much fire, Marty. This is outrageous. I can't believe it. How many deeply can you do an astrological reading from a birthday? However many you want. It's just, can you find somewhere that's going to charge you or not? Wow, this is a big one, Flap Flap. This is a big question. Don't mind my kombucha. This is a big question. How would I want people to remember me when I'm no longer here? Well, there's a little bit of water there, Marty. How would I want people to remember me when I'm no longer here? It is a legacy question. Because your actions should be... People remember what we do and how we make them feel. And what we say to aid them and help them grow. How have we impacted people? So this is kind of saying, Flap Flap, it's time to do more for others, make deeper connections with other people. And a freedom fighter, that's a good one. It's a lot of horoscope spamming. It keeps the check ticking, though. It's okay, Marty. You think about that a lot, actually. Mm-hmm. It's about being okay with that. Being okay with whatever story will be told about you when you're not here anymore. Being in control of what that story is, to an extent, when you take actions and make impact in people's lives that in a way that you want to be, right? You want to remember as being sweet, kind, funny, and a freedom fighter, yeah. I just want those I love to remember I love them completely. That's beautiful, spiritual answers, yeah. Are all in the first house, whatever that means. I'm not super familiar with houses, but there's tons of YouTube videos you can look at with houses. And actually, there is a streamer on my stream team. Her name's Lucy. But she goes by Pisces Pixie. And I always have a hard time spelling Pisces. Yeah, that's right. I think I spelled that right. But she's more attuned to deep astrology. Like, she could just look at your chart and, like, know lots of stuff. Same Pisces. Right, Reese's? I'm like, wait, how is it spelled? How is it spelled? Anyway, she's the one that does a lot of the astrology streams, and she is actually on Twitch. She does a really good job. She would know. And that's like her forte. For me, I just know a little bit to get by. And I think she actually has told me before that she does a lot of intuitive chart reading as well with astrology because she knows so much. It's like her forte is astrology and people's charts. Not sure if you want to know what all this fire and brimstone means, though. It's up to you. She's still really cool to watch and check out. That's really cool, interesting. Yeah, that's like her thing. She's very much into charts. I've read people's charts before, but it's like, I'm just gonna basically reread and reiterate what the chart is actually saying. So I'm not gonna I don't really get too deep into it. Sounds like you need a lot of water to cool you off. Right, Marty? Jesus. You have a lot in there. You always struggle with spelling too, Nick. At work, we categorize those words in the meringue tier? Moringa tier? You'll have to check out her stream sometime. Thanks. You're welcome, Bronco. She's been doing a lot more ASMR. You know, she's kind of expanding her own stream. I think she used to do quite a bit of astrology quite frequently, honestly. But it's been a while since she's done that. But I think she does most of that on her Patreon. Most of that stuff is on her Patreon. No one can spell it without spell check. Right? Hi, Blue Water. Welcome in, sweetheart. Is tomorrow going to be dream interpretation specifically? Or what we did last night where we can choose? Most of the time I let you guys choose. It's just a lot of you see the card readings. So a lot of you keep going with card readings. But I always let you guys choose. I always let you guys choose. Hey, Class Base. Welcome in, hun. Who was I talking about with astrology? I was talking about Pisces Pixie. Is the only person you've seen doing charts? I've never seen Fuzzy. But I don't know, maybe they do. I just know Pisces Pixie does them a lot. But she's usually in just chatting, so you'd have to like hunt her down, you know what I mean? But she's been in my stream team for a long time. I'm actually in her stream team. Like we're on the same team together, so that's how I know. Did you paint the galaxy guy behind me? I did, Core, yeah. He's actually like our astral being. And this is still a work in progress, so on Wednesdays we paint and chat. It's just we've gotten really focused on chatting and less painting right now. But this is who we've been working on. But yeah, this is what I've been painting. Thank you, Core. I appreciate that. With extreme judgment. It is kind of nice, isn't it, Copperbee? So when I started, there wasn't really anybody. And then... yeah, there wasn't really anybody. And then, like, we got the tag of tarot, because there wasn't a tarot category. And then once I started using that, I started being able to find other people who are similar to me. And then even the tarot category took a while to grow. I think it took 6 months before there was more than 5 people streaming it. And now I think it's almost been a year maybe since that tag's been on Twitch. And now there's so many people that I can't even keep track anymore. You sounded like you said Galaxy Guy. I probably did say Galaxy Guy. So here's your card, Purple Moon, dear. What's the chances of me pulling a Kanaz rune when I cash in my channel rewards? Probably pretty high. Yeah, Lucy used to do a lot of tarot readings too. That's true, Forest Fairy. Yeah, she did. Why am I doing the things I'm doing right now? Techno, I kept you in the queue. Do you want a reading today, hun? Because I kept you in the queue from last night. Since I missed you. I kept you in queue for today. And I asked you earlier, but I know you said you had to go. So this is your card, Purple Moon. Why am I doing the things I'm doing right now? And is it indicative of good, solid self-care? I have plenty of time. We usually don't stop stream for another hour and a half. So I have plenty of time to do that for you. For other fun jazz. Now we're just hanging out. How much for a reading? I don't charge anything, Hollywood. I don't charge anything for a reading. But today is channel points unless you were left over from the queue from last night. Which, Techno was at the end of the queue last night. So I did try and leave everybody in because there was a lot of people who I hadn't read for yet that was in the queue that I wanted to make sure got a reading. So I don't charge anything, but if you subscribe and you enter the queue, you get priority. And if I do have my queue open and you want to be next read, then I do ask for tips for that. But other than that, I don't charge. Like most of the people in the queue who are left over from the last stream are followers and they're not subscribed to the channel, so. And they get the same reading as everybody else. It's just some of you get priority and some of you I allow to read for you a little bit more consistently because there is that exchange happening. You know what I mean? You have to run spiritual answers. That's all right, dear. Bye for now. You're so considerate. It's incredible. I try to, Techno. We'll give you some hugs, Fen. You're okay, sweetie. Thanks for the wonderful stream. It was nice to enjoy everyone else. Thanks for the discussion. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye, Spiritual Answers. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thank you. How long have I been doing tarot? I've done tarot for probably 3 years now. 2 years on my own by myself. Hi, little Joker. Welcome back. And a year, maybe about a year, reading tarot for other people on stream. Thanks, little Joker, for the 33333. So that's how long I've been doing it. That's cool. People rarely do readings for free. Good karma's coming your way. Yeah, I do them for free. Everyone gets the same amount of cards. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You do get bonuses though. So on Wednesdays, if you are subscribed, you get more channel points. So on Wednesdays, you have a much higher chance of getting a reading outside of queue. You just get priority. You thought about starting a necromancy stream? What does that even entail? Class-based? It's an interesting thing to think about, though. It is pretty cool. Core, thank you for your subscription, hun. That helps me so much. This is actually what I do as a profession. So believe it or not, every little bit does help. You'll be back, Marty. It's okay. It's okay. So sometimes I've had followers save up all their channel points too for a full free reading, even though they miss the queue a lot. So it's always, I try to think of multiple ways that people can get what they need without it being draining. You seem cool, dig the vibes. Thank you, Gore. I'm glad you do. I would think so, class-based. Honestly, to tell you the truth. I would seriously be surprised if they let you do that. Just being totally honest. I would be extremely surprised. Like, really surprised. Have I read any of Carlos Castanda's books? I don't think so, I don't think so. Bronco? I don't think so. I don't think so. You think they would be impressed? I would be a little shocked and impressed. But I honestly don't know what the whole... my concept of necromancy stems from concepts that, like, Hollywood wants to show me. So I'm assuming my vantage point on necromancy is very narrow. So I'm trying to be open-minded, class-based about what you're sharing. I'm trying to be open-minded about what you're sharing. Who knows, class-based? Have I ever played D&D? Yeah, I played D&D a lot. Do I ever think I'll make a drum channel point redemption? I haven't done that yet, have I? I probably should, though. Yoma's thinking about doing a stream based on Truvic Kill? Parroting attitudes of a lot of folks in the black metal community? Black metal community? Black metal community. Interesting. You were playing D&D with an old group. I used to play D&D weekly with a group of people, yeah. And I played GURPS. So I've definitely done those things. All right, Techno. Do you want to base on your question? You want to share what your question is for the cards? I do feel like I need to take a quick break, though, really quick, just for the bathroom. And to get myself another drink to drink. Another beverage to start drinking. So formulate your question, Techno. We'll take a quick few-minute break. And I will return for Techno's card reading. So if you guys are new to the stream and you haven't seen a card reading before, you're getting ready to see how it works. You're getting ready to see how it works. So I will be right back in just a few. I like to say 5 minutes, but it usually ends up being less than 2 minutes. So we will be back. Thank you guys. Enjoy the break. It'll just be a few minutes. The water sounds, yeah. The water sounds are pretty relaxing. Give you a minute or two to formulate it properly. Are you ready now, Techno? GURPS is a pretty complicated system. Really? I thought GURPS was actually easier in some ways. It felt more, I don't know, maybe I felt like it was easier because it was more fluid. Like, more manipulative, easily malleable. But it can get really complicated if, yeah. Maybe too malleable. Bronco's talking about the art of dreaming. So my dream book that I've been using for 3 generations in my family is this one. It's called The Mystical Magical Marvelous World of Dreams. And it's by Wilda B. Tanner. Wilda B. Tanner has a few other books that I have as well. She brings a metaphysical perspective and like spiritual perspective to the dream concepts, and it's my favorite book. And I will usually go to a bookstore and look through the dream books and flip through them. I have a lot of dream books, but this one is my favorite one. Like, I still default to this one all the time. It is so relaxing. Will I do a dream interpretation when I'm done with Techno? If somebody has the points for it. One time your GURPS party made the DM nail down how plants talk. Yeah. True cult is an attitude that a lot of people have in the black metal community, where everything has to worship evil in all its forms. I hate that stuff. My music focuses on how uncomfortable it is to be human and how that's okay. I'm alright with that, Yoma. I'm alright with that, yeah. Accepting where you are. You played riffs when you were younger. You had GURPS book, but you could never really get people to play. It is hard to get a group of people. So Techno has a question for the cards. So a few days ago, I signed a contract with a Danish defense to conscript as a recruit in the Queen's Guards. Wow, intense. So I'm excited, but at the same time I'm worried that, and would love to hear what the cards have to say about it. It would change my life completely. It's the hardest military service, and I'm getting mixed emotions about it, but at the same time I feel like I need it. Okay. Wow, that's a lot, Techno. That's amazing. Oh, Copper B, thank you so much for that host, hon. I appreciate that very much. Helping us reach more people. Water sounds make you feel like you have to pee? Did you go pee? I went pee. Maybe you should have gone pee. The first time you've heard of Wilda B. Tanner. She has another book called The Mystical Magical You, and it's basically about connecting to your higher self. It's a whole book on it. Yeah. You started doing high magic and ceremonial magic. Got a lot of good results from it. I'd be careful with lower entities. I'd be careful with lower entities. Alright. Let's focus on this question. A few days ago, I signed a contract with so basically you're going to be you're signed up to be a recruit for the Queen's Guard. You're wanting to know how that has the application been processed, or you're waiting for an answer? Do you know for sure? You know it's a mouthful. They do bite. Is it worth it? In the long run? Is it worth it in the long run? That's not my cup of tea, class-based. I'm not even gonna lie. That's not my cup of tea. I wouldn't even chance that kind of stuff. You're starting in 6 months, so I'm sure I'm going. So you want to know what to expect with the circumstance. So you're definitely going. You're just nervous about what that's going to look like. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Let's get a soul truth card first. I mean, that is pretty exciting. Congratulations, Techno. Congratulations. Congratulations. Another noob question. What if we don't know what time we were born? It should be on your birth certificate. And it will affect the outcome of the chart. Yes. It will affect it. You didn't plan it, honestly. How do you plan something like that? Sorry. I'm not surprised that you didn't plan it out, Techno. Because how do you plan something like that? Alright, what message do we have for Techno? Techno clerk. It should be on your birth certificate, yeah. Usually your mom knows. Usually moms or dads have an idea. But the exact time of day... Usually the exact time of day helps the most. You can still get something fairly accurate, but the time of day honestly makes the biggest difference. It can change a sign completely depending on how many degrees. If you can get the... All my mom could offer was it was the morning. It was a ridiculous time in the morning, so Mom wasn't maybe all there at that time. Are you from the States, Quarter Square? If you're from the States, it should be on your birth certificate. Yep, it should be on there then. Your mom and you almost died when you were born. It's a miracle that you're here then, Matthew. Congratulations. You and your mom are like tough cookies, that's for sure. You'll get to wear a funny hat. Oh my god, I'm excited about a funny hat. Oh. Alright, sorry. I like it. Thank you for sharing, Techno. What deck do we want to pull out for this? The Thoth deck. This one's been wanting to come out more recently. In the last few days, the Thoth deck has. Energies? I don't think you're going to have to go without resources, Techno. This is talking about you'll have everything that you need on a physical level. I mean, these cards that are coming out now make sense. It's going to be very structured, and people are going to... The structure is going to come off as cruel. Like heartless. And it's gonna be an internal struggle for you to deal with, Techno, because it's gonna feel a little heartless because of the structure that comes with it. And I feel like for you, that's gonna be something that it's gonna be a adjustment and balance for you. You're gonna have a hard time finding out your new balance with it. Is it the black fuzzy one? Yeah. So we have 2 more cards I'm looking for in here. I usually try to get 6. Whoops. I do feel like the universe card is kind of saying this is where you're supposed to be, though. Like, this is kind of like orchestrated for you to be here. I think you, honestly, with this last card, the Knight of Swords is saying, I feel like this is your opportunity to be a leader in this kind of environment. Like almost being like the light needed. Like every organization, every group, everything needs light and dark, right? For something that is so concise and particular and a bit cruel and oppressive, that still needs light in it. And I feel like that's your job, to be the light in this kind of situation. So again, it is going to be a balancing act for you. I feel like there's a lot of things with this that won't resonate for you, right? It's going to feel too cruel, too oppressive, too structured, right? Too structured. But you're going to understand why that is. And I feel like you're going to be the one balancing that out a bit more. I feel like you're going to be like the moral support for people, especially maybe even emotionally, especially for the people around you who are working with you. Yeah, so the first card here is a Satiety card. It's all the cups being filled with lights. When this card came out, this said that all of your physical needs are going to be taken care of. I don't know if you taking this job offers you a place to live or housing or food, but I don't know if they directly offer that, but even the pay maybe that you get could take care of these things. This first card was talking about your physical needs in the world being taken care of and being satisfying. The cruelty card talks about people being more stern, more direct, more kind of cold and uncaring than you're used to. And the oppression card is kind of carrying that in, saying rules are rules. You're going to feel oppressed, like you just need to just follow them just because. And this is going to be a hard energy for you to maneuver and work with because you tend to be a bit softer. You're softer and more gentle than this kind of energy. But I feel like this is definitely a sign from the universe that this is where you're supposed to be, because I actually see you becoming a leader of some kind and bringing some of that light and softness into this kind of environment. Yeah, you're going to be living in the barracks for the first 8 months. Okay. You'll be taken care of. That's the general energy. Let's go to this card here. And then I'll ask Spirit for specifics. So your first card here is, what is the most limiting belief keeping me from what I want right now? What are you telling yourself that is preventing you from taking what you want? What story are you telling yourself that makes you believe you're less deserving of the things that you actually want? So it says, what story are you telling yourself? When you think about your dreams and what you want, what's the first limiting thought that comes to your mind? I won't be good enough. If you are not living the life you desire, it's because a part of you doesn't believe that what you desire is possible. So your soulful action is, it's time to upgrade. Look at your beliefs in the eye. Where are your self-talk and your beliefs coming from? What new belief are you ready to start to adapt in its place? So what beliefs do you need to remove and replace? How will this change your results? Remember, your belief is the root of your result. Own it, heal it, and upgrade it. I'll ask for any specific messages. Without the time of birth, just AM, I found a site that claims I'm a Leo sun, moon is Aquarius, and ascendant is Taurus. Oh, that's kind of balanced. That's really balanced, quarter square. That's really balanced. I like that. I mean, I like all people's signs, but that's got a little bit of everything. I feel like you, Techno, this card is talking about being the diplomatic one. Like, I feel like the people that you're going to be surrounded with have been dealing with this kind of energy for so long that they don't like, they don't fight it. Not that they want to fight it, but they've just become part of it because they've been there so long. I feel like you have a certain diplomacy about you, like a diplomaticness that wants to come through and be really healing for the people around you in that area. Like, you understand the importance of when to use a long sword and when to use a short sword. You understand both of them are important. There's a, and this is talking about balance too. There's a energetic and emotional and mental balance in you that is really going to be beneficial. I almost feel like if you don't become a leader in a very direct, like, physical correlation, then you are a leader in the way that you are diplomatic. But this feels like being the moral compass, being the diplomat in the situation when there's not that many in there right now. So you're very much needed. I do see you being kind of like a morale booster. You're definitely the morale booster. And I feel like you're really good at that. So this is definitely going to play to your strengths, but it is going to be an adjustment. So use your strength as a morale booster and being a diplomat to your advantage, because that's going to help you transition easier. There's really no bad cards here. It's just a different environment that you're going to be adjusting to. And I think this is definitely, because of the universe card, this is definitely where you're supposed to be. And it utilizes your strengths. They don't have anything else to say. Do you have any other questions? Do you have any other questions, son? How many channel points is it for a reading? So on channel points days, I think it's like 10,000. But those are free. It's like you watching for free gains you a free read on a day when I don't even have a queue. Comforting with the universe card. Now I've had this weird feeling that this is what I'm supposed to do. That's kind of what the cards were saying too, yeah. Forest Fairy has resubscribed at tier 2. Aw, thank you so much, Forest Fairy. Do not have to do that, hon. I do appreciate it, though. Thank you. You've always been such a supporting person from the very beginning, and thank you so much for just continuing to be here. It is very, very nice. So, Core Techno was actually left over from last night. And since I'm trying this new thing, so if Color, Mom, Viewers, Micro, or Eel Lithe is here, you guys were left over from last night that I did not get to. So I usually try to let you guys, I usually try to get to you when I can. I understand I'm only one person, right? But I do try to give everybody a chance. So Techno, I don't have a queue open right now, but Techno was left over from last night. So Techno technically wanted a reading last night, but we couldn't get to it in time. So they got that today when they showed back up. But Copper wants a Quandering question card. I can do that. Let me go back to the dashboard. And my rewards. Manage rewards. So Copper is going to get their Pondering question card. And we'll do the rune. See what we can get. Wow, that one definitely wanted to come out first. And these are, the Pondering question cards are, the Pondering question cards are meant to make you think. They're meant to make you think. What does being mean to me? Yeah. What does being mean to me? Do I make being complicated? And do I confine being into a box and a exact expectation? Or am I learning to let being simply flow and be accepting? Where does your definition of being lie? And what does it mean to you? And does that need to be reevaluated? And does that need to maybe be reevaluated? Only you would know. Only you would know. I do. Yeah. Should the Pondering cards be renamed into coaching cards, since they are the ones who ask the questions and make you reflect on your answers? Maybe we should change what they're called. It does kind of sound like a card here. Is it okay for you to redeem a dream interpretation? I don't want to make you too busy. If you have points for it, yeah. We need a doggy deck. A doggy card deck. Weren't we talking about fast food last night? Like getting a fast food deck? Or was that last Wednesday? No, maybe that was last night. I can't remember anymore. What is even time? McTarrow. Thank you, Matthew. Yeah. So Spidey's gonna get a rune. Do you have an element for your rune to focus on? It was the Mick Tarot discussion. Yeah. You've seen a food tarot deck once? That's interesting to me. Bananas is the only fruit that you like. You'll be surprised how your taste buds change when you keep trying new things. Your taste buds actually do change, and what you crave changes too. You don't like the music quarter square. You don't like our funky Celtic. It's your first time doing a rune, Spidey. So runes have different meanings depending on what you're asking. So what area of life do you want to focus on? You do actually like this one. It's Celtic Dreams. This is what we're listening to right now, Celtic Dreams. I love dreams. I can talk about dreams all day. I could talk about dreams all day. CDs. Yeah, I have a CD player under my feet. We listen to CDs. Yeah, I have lots of Carlos, yeah. Maybe I should make some. Does mental health count? We can see what it says. Mental health for Spidey. Alright, let's go to the table and get out our book. I think we've read this one before. Need? Is it called Need? Yeah, it's this one. Usually check the meanings of certain things you remember from dreams. I will too, usually. And most of the time, it's a very confusing meaning. That's why I use this book. That's why I use the book. That's why I use the book that I've been using for 3 generations in my family. Because a lot of the meanings are just like basic. That sounds very cliche, but I honestly think that a lot of the I love dream interpretation. I've been doing it since I could read. And I've honestly been doing dream interpretation before I could read. But as soon as I could read books, I was getting dream books. So I've been doing it for a very long time, since I was like 7 years old, 8 years old. I've been doing it. And the book that I have for dreams now is like top tier. Like I will literally go to a bookstore and read every dream interpretation book and look at it, and I still go back to this one. Because most of the dream books are very basic. And this one goes on a deeper level. That makes sense to me. You're gonna head out now, Wheel? Bye, Wheel! I'll show you the book in a minute. So this is a great rune of delay. And it's talking about patience. So I feel like you need to have patience with yourself and your own healing. You may find yourself enmeshed in delays, constraints, ill health or ill mental health or oppression. But this rune indicates that even though these are tiresome, they will work out in their own good time. And no amount of haste or pressure or worry you put on yourself at this part will cause things to move forward any faster. It also indicates a time of passing through a difficult learning situation. This time can be known as crossing the abyss. It often indicates a time of extreme emotional challenges that are prevailed over. So this is accurate, honestly, for your question in regards to mental health. However, meeting this emotional challenge head on and conquering your fear of it could be the catalyst that drives you to overcome any obstacles that appear in your path later on. That was what your reading was about yesterday, patience. Was it? Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. So that helps, Spidey. Crossing over the abyss. It takes energy. It takes time. It takes work. It takes preparation. It takes consistency, right, to cross the abyss. It doesn't just happen. You have to continually, kind of like fanning the flames. All right, Pega, what question do you want to ask for your rune? Or what area of life? Keeping that flame alive, yes, Spidey. And being okay, not pushing yourself beyond your limits, right? If you're doing your own self-care and reflection and trying to better your mental health, beating yourself up about your progress is not going to help, right? It's just not. I'm not doing an intuitive read, Pega, so yes, we would have to say it. Or at least share, because I can't intuitively read runes. It's just not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. So if you don't wanna say exactly what it is, and you just wanna say like, career would be fine, yeah. That would be enough, Pega, yeah. Thank you for following, Leos. Welcome into the treehouse, dear. So let's career. Okay, career for Pega. Hi. Wow. Philanthropy. Humanitarianism. You drew the same rune I draw for myself is what I drew for you, Pega. This is Manaz. You're about to say that one, but you said mental health instead. That's alright. I only know this rune because I draw it so much for myself. It's the rune of knowing thyself. So this has a very philanthropistic feeling in regards to career, Pega. But it's the rune of humankind, of interdependence, and you can expect to receive or give some type of aid or cooperation in regards to your problem at hand. I think I've been telling you, Pega, that what you're meant to do, you have to collaborate with others on. And this is kind of coming out to say that again. Aid could come in the form of good advice, pointing you in the right direction. Sometimes this rune appears as to reflect about you particularly, Pega, in the reading. It can say that as a warning, you could be becoming too caught up in the problem to be effective in solving it, which might be why you need to bounce stuff off of other people and get that advice. However, they are saying try not to blow things out of proportion, or you could end up giving up altogether. That's the only warning. Now is a good time to seek that good advice, as that has been mentioned, and try to adapt a more positive, progressive attitude. This rune can signal a specific time when you need to remain modest. Now is not the time to take credit for any accomplishments. Examine your situation at present and look at the runes to be more aware. Remain modest, remain humble. Remain in the energy of I am a student. That's what it has to say. Another thing you keep hearing everywhere is about working with others. Yeah. Yeah. A rune, it all aligns. I'm glad it does. Yeah, we're doing runes, Leos. At least for a minute. I'm an intuitive painter, tarot reader. I'm just intuitive. I'm an intuitive on Twitch. I'm an intuitive. I do all the intuitive stuff. Quarter Square wants a Dream Goddess Oracle. Alright, Quarter Square. Thank you for following, Clear Joker. Do I want to hear? Does it feel appropriate to the chat, Clear Joker? I'm gonna let you answer that one. Does it feel appropriate to share with chat without even saying hi first? Without even saying hello first. You're welcome, Pega. It's okay. I trust you know what's best. Some people do get really excited though. It's just understand why I have to present it in that way, because I don't know you, so I don't know. I have to assume that what you're going to share is appropriate. You know what I mean? I have to assume. I don't have any other choice. Because we haven't connected yet. Thought you saw the paintings and thought you'd be interested in this information. Feel free to share. Feel free to share. Plus the bells. Yeah, it's alright. You'll have to rewatch the VOD later to better understand the message. That's alright, you can watch it later, Pega, if you have to. I'll look in a minute, Matthew. I'll look in a minute. One oracle card for Quarter Square. Is there one in here? It was a Dream Goddess one, right? It doesn't want to come out. Wow, I've never had my cards not... There it goes. There it goes. Acceptance. The cycle of life. Accepting life and its ups and downs, its cycles, the way that it works, the way that you work within those cycles and your own cycles, accepting all of it and going with it instead of fighting against it. Accepting the cycle of life. There's a lot of mushroom symbology, so I feel like when we have an ending, When something dies, when something ends, when something transpires, when an energy stops or transmutes into something new, right? Fungus grow from the decay, and that fungus creates new growth. So I feel like there's a shifting, accepting the endings and the shifts that you're going through, quarter square, in knowing that they serve a purpose, even though we aren't sure what that purpose is quite yet. They do serve a purpose for the future. So I hope that helps, quarter square. Yeah, Matthew, you did your dream interpretation. I got it, hon. Feel free to share. You're welcome, dear. Tesla invented a way to transmit electricity over air without wires. Yeah, I've heard of this. But it had many faults. His last invention, however, was a major improvement in revolutionary energy. Yeah, I'm aware. The dream has 3 different stages. Overall. So, Matthew, what I basically need is a short picture of what happened, any people that stood out in your dream, and how the dream made you feel. Those are the most important things. Anything else major that stands out? Because we think every little single piece of our dream means something. That's not always the case. It can be. It can be. But a lot of the time our dreams are much simpler than that. Unless you're getting a direct download from spirit, chances are your dream is going to be very straightforward in its message. Anyone would tap into these fountains of energy for free. Yeah, clear. Yep. The death ray, you mean? I could transmit electricity underground. Yep. So I'm waiting for Matthew to clarify his dream in his own way. And then we have maybe 30 minutes left in stream. So I don't know, depending on Matthew's dream, that might be the last redemption we have time for. You thought you had hidden information? Aw, you're okay. You're okay. I do a lot of research though. I like to watch documentaries, lots of science documentaries, lots of theories on things. That's my cup of tea. That's when I'm not feeling well, I'd rather expand my mind, even if my body wants to go to sleep. Want to hear about UFOs being picked up on weather radars? I mean, we just did. You just told us. I'm sure they are. So Matthew says it began with me being in a large and empty gymnasium. So gymnasiums are for taking care of our body and socialization. There are only 3 people in there, so there's a very small group of people that you were socializing with in your inner circle during that time of the dream. So Arnold Schwarzenegger is a pretty big individual to have in a dream, so I would look and list down the 5 characteristics that you think of when you think of Arnold Schwarzenegger, because those are characteristics of yourself that you're trying to take a look at. You open the curtains and I'm at the seaside and look down and see my uncle coming into the building with a woman. So the ocean has to do with expansiveness, cleansing. Oceans are very cleansing. They're also full of emotions. So I feel like even during that time, maybe because of your small social circle, you were focused more on kind of gymnasium type activities instead of the emotional cleansing that you needed to have. So you kind of leapt out of that situation into your dream into another escape that you actually needed to do. So a bar is another socialization place. So you didn't feel comfortable in normal social circumstances. And women in particular, I feel at that time, you may have been very particular about what kinds of women you were talking to. And maybe it was hard for you to talk to women. They just made you uncomfortable. The whole street was very colorful and the woman is giving me dirty looks. Yeah, you didn't feel like women understood you or saw you for that. You just feel like they didn't like you. You just feel like they didn't like you. So you go back into the building and there's a casino. Casino is about taking risks. And everything is red. So red is about action and passion. Taking risks. Everyone is wearing red. So you feel like other people around you have an easier time taking risks and living life passionately than you do. Again, there's a woman. You go into the booth and put on an RV headset. So you decided to do some escapism by plugging into the RV headset. And Arnold Schwarzenegger comes back into the dream. So again, the 5 circumstances or 5 reference points or 5 characteristics that you would call and use to identify Arnold Schwarzenegger are your characteristics trying to speak to you. They're giving you disapproving looks still, so you feel like your escapism isn't really solving your problem. Did you have this dream when you were a teenager? How old are you, Matthew? How old are you? So you're trying to expand your horizons, but it's the unknown. So shadowy figures are parts of us that are unfamiliar. And your fear of the unknown is trying to tell you not to expand yourself. Yep. So waking up in a dream is you preparing to wake up in the dream. And wake up in real life. Yeah, 4 women again. So again, there's a real concern with the women in your life. There's a really disapproving energy of women. Like you don't feel like they approve of you. There's a need for approval, but you feel like that's not possible. Go back to the window and they're all in the back. Waiting for you. Thanks, 1 down, 5 up. I say I've been studying for so long, I don't even need the book out. I've been studying dreams for so long, I don't even need the book. Then you wake up for real. So you were running. You started to run. And so it was basically you keep wanting to grow, but being afraid. And so then the feeling of not enoughness and the lack of connection and the disapproval from kind of feminine energies got to be too much, where you weren't sure if you were quite ready to wake up to it. Are you 28? That's all right. And maybe it's your Ariesness that makes you appear a bit younger. I don't know. I could be wrong. But anyway, when we aren't sure, we want to like recognize this and face it. So when we wake up, we're waking up to a realization of what the dream is trying to tell us. But sometimes we're still afraid of what the dream is saying. So you're not that experienced with women, to be honest. That's what the dream is basically saying. There's an uncomfortableness there that is very prominent. That is very prominent. That is very prominent. So the dream is basically saying that you're trying to get through it in your own way, but it's still there. So really look at Arnold Schwarzenegger and pick out characteristics for him, because those are the parts of you that are trying to become your strengths. Those are parts of you that can help you move through the energy of not enough acceptance, not being accepted by women, just in general. This is a very general read and interpretation. You impressed? You remembered that much of your dream studying? When you start doing dream journals and really starting to remember, you can remember quite a lot. Oh yeah, I'll show the book, yeah. You connect Arnold Schwarzenegger with your dad. There's characteristics of Arnold Schwarzenegger that you want to resonate with, but you don't. They are characteristics that Arnold Schwarzenegger has that you want to bring to yourself as strengths. That's what he means in your dream. That will help you deal better with your fear and your feeling of not enoughness when it comes to women, your connection with women. It was 2 hours before the stream. Really? Really? The bowl is so satisfying. It really is, yeah. So this is the book I've been using for years. And I have owned a lot of different dream interpretation books. It was The Nap and Then a Trippy Dream. Dreams can be trippy. You're welcome, Matthew. So this is the book I've been using for 3 generations in my family. The Mystical, Magical, Marvelous World of Dreams. And I've studied so long my own dreams and the dreams of other people that I often don't need to go into the book anymore unless there's something that really stands out that I have not experienced yet. But it talks about the metaphysical and spiritual brings a metaphysical and spiritual background to it. So it's not just, oh, a cake means good things are coming. I don't like dream interpretation books that do that. That's too basic for me. I don't like that. I want to be expanded and learn something. So like these meanings will talk about this is deeper than that. So one of them here, like an alien. Here, I just happened to turn. We have an alien here in the book. So this book says it's an aspect that's unfamiliar, something that's unrecognized, something different, unusual, unorthodox, unknown, new, untried, and possibly a genius ability in you that wants to come out. So something otherworldly and expansive. What does the book say about wasps? We got time. We got time to kill. Let's look at wasps. You hope you dream about giant cakes now. You can't find the ebook version of it. No, this one's rare. This one's rare. There's no wasp, but let me look at bugs. Or a bee would be the closest thing. I think this book was written in the 80s. I'm looking up bugs. Actions of bugs: ant, bug, bee, beetle, a bug biting you, butterflies, caterpillar, crawling bugs, dragonfly, flea, fly, flying bugs, spraying, and swatting a bug. I'm gonna go to, all of these are on 140, so let's go to page 140 and see what it says. You had a dream with wasps stinging your hand. All these are on 140, so it's okay. So, I would say that's a bite. That's a bug's biting you. So, a bug action. This is getting you where you live, or something that's getting really under your skin. Showing a need to either end control of the source, which is providing you irritation, which would be the wasp. Take some time to do some positive actions. So this is about something getting on your last nerve. Really driving you crazy. Really getting under your skin. And hands. Hands have to do with creating things, taking actions, manifesting things physically. So maybe you feel like things are in your way from you doing that, and it is getting on your last nerve. Oh, wasp is actually here. The sting of death. The sting of death, stinging remarks. So maybe people are also not talking very nicely. Like they have not very kind words to say about what you're doing. People having temper, poisonous venom remarks, anger towards you, painful annoyances, waspiness, nasty dispositions, or a will to kill and destroy what you're focused on. That makes sense, Pega? It's interesting. How did you feel in your dream? This is so weird with but at the bar in the dream, the creatures were eating their own feet. When you eat, your feet have everything to do about you moving. Not at all. That's Pega saying, oh my god, yes. Sounds like me dealing with everyone else, Mage. That's okay. So when your feet are your means of transportation, your feet are your stability. They're also the vehicle of you moving through the physical plane. So I would say if you feel people in the bar were eating their feet, you notice a tendencies of the overall, your overview with the general public is that a lot of them are not progressing in their life. Like they are choosing to not progress in their life. Would you agree with that? That your view of the general public is they're just going through the motions, but they're not actually using their feet to go anywhere. Like they're not progressing themselves forward. Like they're purposefully stunting their own progression. Big facts. Yeah. Would you agree, Matthew? That's like an over... I have felt that way since I was a teenager. So that's just what it's saying. It's saying that's your vantage point on the majority of people. And that's not saying you say that about everybody, but your overall picture would show you that. Like that's how you overall as a whole, that's your vantage point. Thank you for following, Future. That's like the dragon or snake eating its tail. So the dragon is actually kind of a energy of creation. It's 4:44 Future when you popped in. Hi, dear. It's 4:44 p.m. So dragon and snake are not necessarily the same thing. A dragon is more... We're talking about dream symbols right now. A dragon is more of a creative being. But it depends on the type of dragon too. Whereas a snake is viewed, it has more of a negative view because of Christianity. So really with a snake, with the snake and dragon terminology, I would ask you individually to look at yourself on what a dragon means to you. Do you look at a dragon in a positive way or a negative way? Do you look at a snake in a positive way or a negative way? Because really how you view these dream symbols, depending on how you've been guided to view some of these, says the most about that dream symbol. Which is why in this book, and it talks about that too in the book. It talks about that. Like this gives a very overall general feeling, but this does recognize cultural differences in what symbols can represent. And so this book actually has a section in it for you to reflect on the dream symbol. So it says, if a dream symbol doesn't seem to make sense to you, it has a space in there for you to write down what that dream symbol actually means to you. So there's spaces in here. Hey, Pax. You write your own dream symbols. Sorry, here. So this book does say, hey, if a meaning doesn't resonate for you, sit down and think about why it doesn't resonate. And ask yourself what that symbol means to you in specific. And use that in the future. Write it down, use it in the future, and see if that symbol keeps having the same feeling to you, or if it changes. So that's why I really like this book. I sort of feel like most people don't stand up for themselves and just follow the crowd. Yeah, Matthew, that's what that dream said. That's what that dream said. Have you found a lot of discoveries with doing dream interpretation through that book? Yes, Pega. Yes, absolutely. And thank you for the follow, Pax. Welcome in, dear. So I've been doing dream interpretation since I was very young. And this book talks about like many different aspects of dreaming. It's not just going to tell you what a dream symbol means. It's going to really go in depth about it and why it means that. And if you don't resonate with a meaning, it's time for you to look at it with your own rose-colored glasses. Look at it with your own glasses. And then study it yourself. So it's very much like, here's what I've discovered as a dream interpretist. Here's what I can share with you. But really, the dream's meant to be interpreted by you. And so it gives you the tools to use to do that. You get a bit scared when I have a dream and I look online for the symbols and it's a bad messages like wasp. I do not do my dream interpretations online. I'm just being totally truthful. I don't do them online. I don't do my dream interpretations online. Thanks for a good stream. See you tomorrow. Bye, Matthew. Yeah, we're going to be wrapping up soon. I've experienced things similar to sleep paralysis, but I've also experienced things that go beyond sleep paralysis. So I think sleep paralysis is an actual thing, but I've also had symptoms of sleep paralysis where I actually got out of bed. So how do you explain that? It's not sleep paralysis if you can move, right? So it's, yeah. One of the meaning, it's about having people feeling envy and etc. for you and those who were trying to harm you. This is one of the meanings I found online for the wasp. I mean, it could be. I would just look at that pig and say, like, what makes more sense for me? And maybe for you, a wasp means something totally different. And that's what the book will say too. Like, yeah. Anyway, it's a really good book. It's my favorite dream book. And I have several. I have probably at least 6 dream books on this desk alone. 6 of them right here in this little corner. But that one is the one I go to all the time. So actually my episode of sleep paralysis kind of brought a painting, one of my paintings, into reality. My Galaxy Man came through in a sleep paralysis kind of place. You know what you're talking about. Get up out of your body. No, I'm not out of my body. Sometimes I do get out of my body, Bronco. There's a difference. Sometimes I will get up out of my body. But in this instance, I was seeing something that I probably shouldn't have been seeing if I wasn't asleep. But I actually physically was awake. My eyes were open and I could move. And usually my eyes are open and I'm laying there and I can see stuff, but I can't move. But this was, I saw and I could move. And what freaked me out the most was that I actually got up out of my bed to have a closer look at this thing. So you tell me how that's sleep paralysis if I actually physically get out of bed. That's when I had to really scratch my head and say, maybe there's something more here. Maybe there's something more here. But no, I've definitely gotten up out of the body too. Yeah, while I'm sleeping. And I'll come back in too. I'll notice myself coming back into my body too. This one makes way more sense than the ones online. Dreaming that wasps sing or chasing you suggests the presence of discomfort and obstacle or sorrows in life. These are not too major but very painful. If you kill them, the dream reveals you are overcoming these. Yeah. Yep. See, it's all up to you. It's all up to you. You have regularly dreams where you can't move or speak and you think they're probably related to things that cause sleep paralysis, since I usually have them when I go back to bed after waking. It's interesting to think about. I call it, and I've mentioned this before on stream quite a few times. You'll hear me talk about second sleep a lot. Just saying. I'm just pointing out something that I talk about a lot. If you've watched my stream before. Second sleep. Second sleep is the powerful and strange one. For sure. For sure. Alright, let's see. You haven't quite had those experiences yet, Bronco? I had a dream where I woke up in my room and I was being pulled off my bed. Then I appeared back in the dream. You might have been trying to project out. There's more to that dream though. Yeah, usually any type of pulling energy is the tension of your consciousness coming back or leaving. But we feel it we feel it. And so a lot of the time we'll feel the fear because it's so uncomfortable, because coming back into our body is heavy and uncomfortable and it feels weird. And it can be a very intense transition. At least you don't hear voices in the middle of the night calling for you. No, just music. Just music. I do. I'll hear a song and I'm like, who's playing the radio? And then I'll actually wake up all the way and there's no radio. And I'm like, interesting. It really did sound like the radio was on in the actual room. Just like, it's like that feeling when your alarm goes off and you hear your alarm in your dream. I was pushed out of the dream. Then when I was waking up, I could feel the mattress sliding from my hands like I was sliding off the bottom of the bed. Yeah. Or you come crashing back into your body. You have a falling dream and you come crashing back into your body. Yeah. That's normal. You just had that 2 days ago. You had a woman calling your name. And I was like, shut up, Mom. I was thinking it was my mom. And your mom's like, no, that wasn't me. Yeah, that happens. We've all had that happen as kids, though. Who doesn't remember a time when you could have sworn when you were playing that someone called your name? That it was your mom calling your name. And so you go up and you're like, what, Mom? And she's like, nothing. And you're like, you didn't call me? No. Like, who has not had that circumstance come up? Everyone has. Everyone has had that. And you're like, how do you explain who called my name then? I don't get it. I don't get it. We've all had that happen. That's a normal thing. With the headphones on and listening to music? Exactly. So it's clearly audience, yeah. Then I came back into the dream. It was like green arcs of energy making a silhouette of a face. That's interesting, Bronco. I usually put up shields before I sleep. I'll put up shields. That's what I like to do. It makes me feel better. It makes me feel more secure. I don't like to be effed with. Then I kind of put out an energy of like, you don't really want to mess with me, honestly, to tell you the truth. Because I will figure out, it will not be fun. Let's find somebody to raid. It's that time. It's that time of day. I was told that being was some part of myself. It could be, Bronco. Because sometimes we initially feel fear because it's unfamiliar, but I would honestly tell people to sit with that for a minute and really, really feel the energy behind the unfamiliar. Bronco. That's what I tell everybody. Like, sometimes we're just afraid, but we're not afraid of what's happening. We're afraid of the unfamiliarity. But really, behind that, there's nothing. So, yeah. Alright, let's find somebody to raid. Who do we want to raid today? I'm going to look at the list here. See who our available options are. So we have... Interesting. I found this new stream, but they seem to be doing music. We have music, ASMR. Maybe we'll try somebody new today? Who's doing tarot? Do you want to do a tarot person? Help them out, maybe? Yeah, thanks for the stream. You're welcome, Yoma. Yeah, thank you for the stream. You're welcome, Anna and Steady. We have nobody? There's not anybody listed that I'm following right now. You weren't expecting to share that much of the dream, but thanks for listening. I thought it would be interesting to share. I like talking about dreams. Dreams are definitely my category. And I will talk all day long. Tarot, joy, and joyness. I mean, we can try the Timish. I think they followed me the other day too, Timish did. So maybe we'll share some love with Timish. The Timish raid channel. I think I've watched them for a minute. Magic Socks sounds funny. Oh, nuts! We'll try it. We'll see if Magic Socks is on next time. There's a lot more to the dream. I'd like to share it with you sometime. Feel free. I really do enjoy dreams. I'm pretty active on Discord, except for on Wednesdays. So if you're interested in joining Discord, I have a dream section in Discord, so you guys can share stuff there if you really want to. I definitely don't mind doing dream interpretations. Tomorrow we will have a queue. I'm gonna try to leave those of you who are in queue from last night in the queue for next time. So I'll still try to read you guys that I have not got a chance to read yet. And then what we'll probably do is open up the queue to everybody else after that. But it is card readings, energy transferences, or dream interpretations. So we can still do dreams tomorrow. It's just when you enter the queue, you kind of enter in for whatever you feel like you need for that day. So that's what we'll do. We'll check out Timish, who's doing some tarot. Looks like they're doing some readings on there. I can't see their decks though, so it might be a surprise. I hope you guys enjoy, and we will catch you next time. Enjoy. You're welcome, Rob. Thank you guys for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we will catch you next